Chapter 1527 Half the Materials. Chapter 1527 Half the Materials 1527 Half the Materials. As Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith neared the completion of their mystic grade treasure several weeks later, Tian Xuan opened his eyes and emerged from his meditation once again. He quickly gathered the materials and started creating his mystic grade treasure. Once he refined the materials and began forming its shape, it was clear that he intended to create a sword. He's doing the sword now. I figured that he would save that for his Empyrean grade treasure since that's what he's most familiar with. Xuan was surprised by Tian Xuan's choice. If one looked at all of the treasures Tian Xuan had created up to this point, none of them were the same type of weapon. Meanwhile, Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith only crafted what they were famous for. Even without Tian Xuan winning, many blacksmiths would agree that Tian Xuan was the better blacksmith of the three in terms of skills due to his ability to craft excellent quality weapons of all types equally. How long do you think it'll take him this time? Probably 2 hours. No way. I'll sell my left nut if he does it within 2 hours. Why the left nut, specifically? Maybe because he already sold his right nut? The audience cracked jokes with each other. However, most, if not all, of the blacksmiths there remained focused on the competition, not daring to miss any moment of it. To witness a divine blacksmith at work was a rare moment, much less 3 of the best in the 9 heavens simultaneously. Additionally, merely by watching these divine blacksmiths at work, their own understanding of smithing deepened. A few hours passed, but Tian Xuan had not yet finished his treasure, allowing the other blacksmiths to sigh in relief. Had he completed a mystic grade treasure in such a short time, it would have undoubtedly ended many blacksmiths' careers that day. Heaven and Earth and Eternal Blacksmith finished their mystic grade treasures 2 days later. With just one treasure remaining to craft, they didn't immediately start working on their final treasure and returned to meditating first. Even with their experience and skills, they had about a 60 to 70% chance of success when it comes to Empyrean grade, and any mishap would instantly destroy their chances of success. Tian Xuan finished his mystic grade treasure 3 days later and placed the sword on display. Xuan had an urge to take the sword for herself when she saw it, but she managed to hold herself back. He's probably going to spend the next week meditating again. The audience speculated when Tian Xuan was done. However, to their shock, Tian Xuan did not meditate and even grabbed more materials. He's going to attempt crafting the Empyrean grade without any preparations? Even the other 2 decided to meditate first. Why is he rushing to create the treasure when he took his sweet time before this? What's going on inside his head? He only became a divine blacksmith not long ago, right? His success rate must be pretty low right now, so one would expect him to take his time, but this is reckless? Even Eternal Blacksmith, renowned for his high success rate, only had around 30% success rate when he first became a divine blacksmith. Maybe he's trying to show off. Hasn't he already shown off enough? He doesn't need to prove himself anymore. As the audience spoke about Tian Xuan's decision, the person himself finished picking out his materials, which left everyone puzzled. Huh? He's leaving behind so many materials even though this is the last treasure he needs to craft. Everyone there expected Tian Xuan to use all of the remaining material for the final treasure, but he only took half of it. This puzzled everyone, including the expert blacksmiths. However, Tian Xuan didn't bother explaining his actions and immediately went to work. Ding! 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 His hammer danced back and forth in a rhythmic manner, causing sparks to fly in every direction with every strike. A few days later, Eternal Blacksmith emerged from his meditation, and he was surprised to see Tian Xuan had already started crafting his final treasure. What the hell? He's managed to get ahead of us. Did he go straight into it without preparations? Eternal Blacksmith quickly came to this conclusion after seeing Tian Xuan's progress. He looked at the small pile of materials and became even more confused. Is he even trying to win? There's no way he can craft a high-quality Empyrean grade treasure with the amount of materials he used. Eternal Blacksmith stopped looking at Tian Xuan and focused on his own creation. Naturally, he used all of the materials he had left. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith came out of his meditation a day and a half after Eternal Blacksmith. However, he panicked a little when he saw that he was last to begin working. I would understand it if it's Eternal Blacksmith, but Exalted Blacksmith, too? He was several days behind us. How did he catch up so quickly? Even though he noticed Tian Xuan's leftover materials, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was in too much of a hurry to think twice about it. He quickly got to work shortly after. Finally, the conclusion of this competition is near its end. It should only take them around a month to complete their work. Who do you think will win? Judging purely on the current results, I'd say Exalted Blacksmith has a really good chance of winning. Not only are his treasures of higher quality than the other two, but his collection is also very diverse. Meanwhile, the other two not only lost in quality but also in variety. While it's true that Exalted Blacksmith has the upper hand right now, things might change at the very end. I don't know why, but Exalted Blacksmith opted to use less material for his final creation, which is also the one that will grant him the most points. He might not even complete the final task because he rushed it. Who are you to claim that he rushed it? Exalted Blacksmith's comprehension is beyond any of our understanding. Time passed quickly, and the audience speculated on the results non-stop. 2 weeks had passed since Tian Xuan started working, and it looked like he was on the verge of completing his treasure. That shape, he's creating a dagger? Xuan muttered to herself as Tian Xuan molded the shape. A few hours later, Tian Xuan completed his treasure. It turned out to be a medium-grade Empyrean-grade treasure. He placed the dagger on the display, filling all 6 slots. However, instead of leaving the arena like everyone had expected, Tian Xuan returned to the anvil with the remaining materials. What the hell? He's not done? What could he craft with so little materials? The materials are quite high in quality, so it'd be really wasteful to create low-grade treasures with them. However, there's not enough to create another high-grade treasure either. In the end, his treasures came out as medium-grade because he didn't use them. If he did, it would have come out high quality, perhaps even peak quality. One of the blacksmiths there explained. I guess we can only wait and see what he cooks up with it. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. Both Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith were on the verge of completing their weapon. Hey, the fact it's taking Exalted Blacksmith this long to craft the treasure, don't tell me it's another Empyrean-grade treasure? Someone suddenly speculated. Huh? From that small pile of treasures? No way. There's not enough materials. I swear on my soul I will sell my left nut if he crafts another Empyrean-grade treasure. One of the blacksmiths there declared. The audience waited in anticipation as Tian Xuan neared the process of forming the treasure's shape. It's another dagger. He's making another dagger. After another 3 days, Tian Xuan finished his 8th treasure. The aura it emitted was not inferior to his previous creation, and when the audience realized he had crafted 2 Empyrean-grade treasures, it sent them into a frenzy. Heavens! Exalted Blacksmith actually crafted 2 Empyrean-grade treasures. Fuck me, he actually did it. And it's medium quality. I heard someone swear on their soul that they'll sell their left nut if it was achieved. Is he actually going to do it? The person who made said declaration looked devastated after seeing the results. His face was as pale as sheets, and he looked like he was standing before his own grave. He could feel many gazes on him, which only worsened his anxiety. Had made such a bold declaration because he was certain that it wasn't possible. Unfortunately, Tian Xuan had made the impossible possible. The man wanted to go back on his words, and even if it were a half-assed oath, had swore on his soul that he would do it. If he fails to fulfill his oath, his soul may be shattered by heavenly tribulation. While the man lamented his situation, Tian Xuan placed the 2nd Empyrean-grade dagger on the same display as the first. As the 2 daggers touched, they emitted a harmonic aura, as if they were destined to be a pair. Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith suddenly halted their hammers for the first time since they started working. Although the chaotic audience didn't disturb them, the aura radiating from the daggers was so profound that it momentarily blanked their minds upon sensing it. Once their hammers stopped and their momentum killed, their chances of finishing the treasure dropped significantly, to the point where it was almost guaranteed to fail. However, neither of them were angry. They knew that even if they completed their treasure, it would not be enough to defeat Tian Xuan, who crafted 2 Empyrean-grade treasures. Chapter 1528 A Special Sword. Chapter 1528 A Special Sword. 1528 A Special Sword. I admit defeat. I never even considered crafting 2 Empyrean-grade treasures. Eternal Blacksmith declared shortly after he stopped working. It's also my defeat. Congratulations, Exalted Blacksmith. You're the winner of this competition. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said afterward. Tian Xuan bowed to them with a smile. Thank you. It was a fun experience. I never had the opportunity to experience this kind of excitement before. I hope we can do this again in the future. Sometime later, Xuan approached Tian Xuan with the void meteoroid core in her grasp. Congratulations, Xuan, she said as she offered the material to him. Thanks. Tian Xuan casually accepted the prize before tossing it into his spatial ring. Since when did you become so close to Exalted Blacksmith? The sect master of the unrivaled 9 Swords sect inquired with interest. If Xuan and Tian Xuan were in a romantic relationship, it would greatly benefit their sect. Hearing his question, Tian Xuan responded calmly, she's my #1 customer, so we see each other often. I see. Oh, I am 3 Swords Divine, the sect master of the unrivaled 9 Swords sect. In the upper heavens, immortals who have achieved great feats and widespread recognition are bestowed with a title of their own choosing. As a display of respect, this title is used in place of their actual name, which is reserved only for close friends and family. As for Tian Xuan, he did not pick the title Exalted Blacksmith, which became widespread before he even realized it. However, he never corrected it or changed it, so it just stuck with him. By the way, Exalted Blacksmith, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, and Eternal Blacksmith, I have a small question for you. What do you plan on doing with the treasures you crafted during the competition? 3 Swords Divine asked. When the audience heard this question, they stopped talking to focus on the Divine Blacksmith's response. They had all been wondering about it long before the competition even concluded. Tian Xuan was the first to speak. I have no use for it, so I planned on selling them. Same here. I'll auction it off or something. Eternal Blacksmith said. He had no intention of keeping something that would only remind him of this utter defeat. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith nodded in agreement. I'll also do the same. If you don't mind, I'll purchase the Mystic Grade sword from you, Exalted Blacksmith. 3 Swords Divine suddenly said. However, before Tian Xuan could even respond, someone from the audience shouted, "Hold it! I also want to buy it." A crazed frenzy ensued, with people shouting their offers for the treasures. Even many of the blacksmiths there joined, as they wanted something to commemorate this event. Seeing this, Tian Xuan said, I will just do the usual and let the Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion handle the sales of my treasures. If you want it, go bid for it there. A second later, a figure from the audience gracefully jumped from the spectators' area to the arena. It was Qin Long. It's our honor to serve you once again, Exalted Blacksmith. Do you want me to take the treasures off your hand now so you don't need to make the travel later? She asked. Tian Xuan nodded, sure. Take mine while you're at it. Eternal Blacksmith suddenly said. Mine too. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said. Why yes. Qin Long was ecstatic, feeling like she'd struck gold. Once Qin Long collected all of the treasures, she asked, do you have a schedule in mind, or can we auction them as we see fit? Just sell them as soon as possible. Tian Xuan said. Mine as well. Eternal Blacksmith said. Same. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith followed. Sometime later, Qin Long left the Grand Elder Summit and returned to the Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion to immediately start the process. Seeing this, many of the audience also left to prepare for the upcoming auction. Before leaving, Eternal Blacksmith said, although I lost to you today, I won't lose the title of God of Creation. Dream on, old man. I will be the next god of blacksmith. Heaven and earth, Blacksmith declared. Are you willing to bet your left nut on that declaration? Tian Xuan chuckled. Heaven and earth, Blacksmith's face immediately darkened. Ha ha ha. Eternal Blacksmith laughed out loud as he flew away. Tian Xuan also left the scene shortly after. Once the divine blacksmiths were gone, the Grand Elder's summit quickly became empty. Tian Xuan went straight back to his own world, where he stored the void meteoroid core. I'm going to become the god of creation before I craft you. He muttered in a low voice before returning to his training in pursuit of the title of god of creation. However, he needed to be able to craft celestial-grade treasures before he could even attempt the title. Several centuries passed. One day, Xuan showed up in his world with more materials. Hey, Xuan. It's been a while. How's your training? She strolled into his home, treating it as though it was her own. Same as usual. What kind of materials did you get me today? He asked as if he already knew. This one. Xuan showed him the material in her grasp. With this, I only need 3 more materials for my masterpiece. What kind of sword do you want today? He asked. I want a special one today. Xuan pointed at his lower body and continued, I want that sword. Tian Xuan fell silent after hearing her response, but he didn't appear surprised. Sometime after the competition for the void meteoroid core, Xuan showed up at his place to celebrate his victory. One thing led to another, and it eventually led them into the bedroom, where they shared a passionate night with each other. Since then, Xuan has ceased to be just a customer and has become something more, though they are not exactly dating. When you ask me like this, it feels like I am selling my body for materials, Tian Xuan eventually said with a bittersweet smile. Is that so? Then here. It's a gift for you. Xuan tossed the material at him. Once Tian Xuan caught it and stowed it away, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him toward the bedroom. It's been a while. Let me play with your sword. Tian Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation, but he didn't exactly dislike it either. Chapter 1529 Divine Blacksmith Gathering. Chapter 1529 Divine Blacksmith Gathering 1529 Divine Blacksmith Gathering. After spending several days in each other's arms, Xuan, her voice filled with curiosity, asked him while she rested on the bed, how close are you to crafting your first celestial-grade treasure? I think I can start working on my first one in a few years, he confidently responded. It'll be a sword, right? Of course. I can't wait to witness the birth of your first celestial-grade treasure. And don't start without me. Don't worry, I'll contact you before I start. Xuan left shortly after, and Tian Xuan returned to his training. 4 years later, Tian Xuan contacted Xuan through her communication jade slip, notifying her that he would begin crafting his first ever celestial-grade treasure. When she received this momentous news, Xuan dropped whatever she was doing and rushed over to his world. By the time Shed arrived, Tian Xuan was already in meditation, working on the celestial-grade treasure inside his head. Xuan patiently waited for him, and 7 days later, he emerged from his meditation. Without uttering a word to Xuan or even looking at her to acknowledge her presence, he immediately started refining the materials. Xuan knew that he was completely focused and didn't dare to make any sounds. Even her breathing was kept to a minimum. Feng Tianru was already flying above him before he emerged from his meditation, so she started spewing flames the moment he approached the anvil. Ding! 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 Tian Xuan kept the rhythm constant for the next 2 months, only stopping to change the material. Due to the immense quality and durability of the materials, it typically takes weeks to refine just one material, even for a divine blacksmith. As for those without sufficient skills, they could hammer the material for the rest of their life, and it wouldn't budge. After spending 6 months just preparing the materials, Tian Xuan finally began crafting the sword. 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, after another year of hammering non-stop, Tian Xuan finally finished his first celestial-grade treasure. That took longer than I wanted. Tian Qiuan immediately sat down the moment he finished, his body soaked in sweat. Zi Xian approached him shortly after, her eyes flickering with excitement. Congratulations, Qiuan. You're now officially a true divine blacksmith. Now you can truly compete for the position of God of creation. Thank you, but let's slow down a little. Slow down? Knowing you, you probably have a 100% success rate with celestial grade treasures and already qualify to become the next God of creation. You just need to prove yourself through the God of creation ceremony before you're recognized as one. Tian Qiuan then said, yes, you're right. I am confident that I will never fail even a celestial grade treasure. However, the God of creation ceremony requires one to craft multiple celestial grade treasures in one sitting. I will need at least another 1,000 years before I can confidently achieve that. Anyway, here you go. Tian Qiuan suddenly extended his arm with the sword to Zi Xian. Huh? Zi Xian didn't instantly comprehend his words and stared at him with a dazed face. It's a gift to you for keeping me company throughout the years. Besides Feng Feng, you're the only one I can truly be myself around. Zi Xian was speechless. This was the first time she's received a gift from him, after all. Are you sure I can have it? It would sell for a fortune if you sold it. I don't care about that kind of stuff. It's not like I don't have money, either. If I really need money, I can just make a few more and sell those. However, the first one will belong to you. Thank you. Zi Xian didn't know what else to say. Sometime later, Zi Xian spoke, speaking of the God of Creation ceremony. Eternal Blacksmith recently announced that he would be partaking it in 2,000 years. Omicron M. Eternal Blacksmith. Huh? He's been a divine blacksmith for hundreds of thousands of years, after all. Did Heaven and Earth Blacksmith say anything about it? He then asked. Not that I know of. Is that so? Zi Xian returned to the unrivaled Nine Swords sect a few days later. Almost 1,000 years later, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith suddenly announced that he would be doing the God of Creation ceremony in a year, shocking the world. It was clear that Heaven and Earth Blacksmith wanted to beat Eternal Blacksmith to it, but many couldn't help but wonder if had been too hasty with this decision. After all, a blacksmith could only attempt the God of Creation ceremony 3 times in their lifetime, and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith already attempted it once. Have you heard? Heaven and Earth Blacksmith will be taking his God of Creation ceremony in a year. Zi Xian visited Tian Qiuan after hearing this news. Really? I guess I'll have to put my training on halt to watch it. Zi Xian then realized something. Oh, right. It's customary for all divine blacksmiths to witness the God of Creation ceremony, so it'll be a divine blacksmith gathering. Where is he going to do it? Tian Qiuan asked a moment later. The Grand Elder Summit, she said. That place again, huh? Sometime later, Tian Qiuan and Zi Xian made their way to the Grand Elder Summit to watch Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's God of Creation ceremony. A crowd had already gathered even though there was still a month until the God of Creation ceremony, and within this crowd was Eternal Blacksmith, as well as 5 other divine blacksmiths. Besides Exalted Blacksmith, Eternal Blacksmith, and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, there were 5 other divine blacksmiths in their era. These 5 divine blacksmiths were Relentless Blacksmith, Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, Yin Yang Blacksmith, Silver Flame Blacksmith, and Star Forging Blacksmith. Even though he's been a blacksmith for thousands of years, this was Tian Qiuan's first time seeing the other divine blacksmith besides Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. It's an honor to meet my seniors. Tian Qiuan bowed to them in a respectful manner. Chapter 1530 God of Creation Ceremony. Chapter 1530 God of Creation Ceremony. 1530 God of Creation Ceremony. Exalted Blacksmith. Huh? You're all that I've been hearing about lately. It's nice to meet you finally. Star Forging Blacksmith stood up and extended his arms to bow respectfully. There's no need to call us seniors when you're already above us in terms of skills. Relentless Blacksmith said. Despite his youth and relative inexperience, Tian Qiuan's skills were already surpassing those of his elders. In their world, skill was the ultimate measure of seniority. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith suddenly sneered, "Humph. Is he really as good as they say? I know he won against Eternal Blacksmith and Heaven and Earth Blacksmith in a competition, but that doesn't mean much to me. I'm not convinced by you, Exalted Blacksmith. You came out of the blue with all of these ridiculous achievements. You're more suspicious than anything, and whatever you're hiding, I'll be sure to expose it. You can ignore him, Exalted Blacksmith. He's a very jealous man with a few missing brain cells. None of us takes him seriously." Silver Flame Blacksmith, the only female divine blacksmith, said with a smile on her face. "The fuck did you just say, you silver-haired bitch? I'll fucking kill you." Fiery Heaven Blacksmith roared. As you can see, he truly lives up to his name with his fiery temper. But don't worry, he's all bark and no bite. Yin Yang Blacksmith laughed out loud. "Exalted Blacksmith, come join me. I have a spot here for you and your friend." Eternal Blacksmith pointed at the seats beside him. Tian nodded and sat beside him. Once he was seated, Eternal Blacksmith asked him, "What do you think about Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's decision to perform his God of Creation ceremony?" "I can't really say since I don't know him well enough." "What do you think? You've been rivals for a long time, right?" Tian said. "Indeed, we've been rivals for the longest, ever since we were mere apprentice blacksmiths at the academy. Even during our time at the academy, he would always try to one-up me and end up screwing himself over. I want to say that it'll be different this time, but I truthfully don't think he's ready yet. However, I'd be more than happy if he proves me wrong." Eternal Blacksmith said. Despite being rivals, the two of them were also friends. If he fails the God of Creation ceremony this time, he'll only have one more chance left, which will put immense pressure on him. Silver Flame Blacksmith said. All of the divine blacksmiths besides Tian have attempted the God of Creation ceremony once, with Heaven and Earth Blacksmith attempting his second one. "When will you perform your first God of Creation ceremony, Exalted Blacksmith?" Star Forging Blacksmith inquired out of curiosity. Tian smiled behind his mask and said, "It'll be a while before I attempt the God of Creation ceremony." Ha! He can't even craft celestial-grade treasures yet. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith sneered. Tian did not reveal that had already successfully crafted a celestial-grade treasure, so only Xuan was aware of this information. He only intended to do so when he was prepared for the God of Creation ceremony. Sometime later, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith showed up at the Grand Elder Summit with 7 other individuals. These individuals were from the ancient Anvil Association, a vast community of blacksmiths. To be acknowledged as an official blacksmith, one must receive a permit from the ancient Anvil Association. The elders of the ancient Anvil Association must also be present to witness the God of Creation ceremony. Only with their presence would it be considered legitimate. Sometime later, one of the individuals from the ancient Anvil Association hovered above the arena and spoke loudly, "Welcome to Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's second attempt at the God of Creation ceremony. In order to be acknowledged as the God of Creation, one must have at least a 25% success rate. During the God of Creation ceremony, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith will attempt to craft 25 celestial-grade treasures, and he has 100 attempts to do so. Due to the number of celestial-grade treasures that must be crafted, the God of Creation ceremony typically lasts over a century. Now, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith will give a brief speech." Heaven and Earth Blacksmith rose into the air before speaking. "I am aware that my God of Creation ceremony may appear rushed, but I guarantee you that's not the case, and I will prove it to you by becoming the next God of Creation." When Heaven and Earth Blacksmith spoke, his gaze remained on Eternal Blacksmith for the longest. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith kept his speech short and immediately began preparing for the God of Creation ceremony. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith will now be given 1 year to prepare. The Ancient Anvil Association announced. Then, a Tier 8 array master appeared to create a formation around Heaven and Earth Blacksmith to prevent any disturbance. Once Heaven and Earth Blacksmith closed his eyes, the audience immediately began speaking with each other while many of them also closed their eyes to cultivate. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith seems pretty confident. Maybe he's just putting up the act. Have some faith in him, will y'all? Meanwhile, Tian Xuan closed his eyes to practice inside his head. I'm going to cultivate. You don't need to wait for me, he said to Xian, who nodded. Most people tend to watch the God of Creation ceremony for a few days to weeks before leaving. After all, nobody was expected to witness the entire ceremony, which could last for over a century. While all individuals from the ancient Anvil Association must be present, only 3 are required to watch the ceremony, so they take turns watching Heaven and Earth Blacksmith while the others cultivate. A year later, the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith emerged from his cultivation and began crafting his first celestial-grade treasure, marking the commencement of the God of Creation ceremony. So it's finally begun. Eternal Blacksmith mumbled as he prepared himself to watch the entire ceremony without missing a moment. Chapter 1531 God of Creation Ceremony, 2. Chapter 1531 God of Creation Ceremony, 2. 1531 God of Creation Ceremony, 2. In order to complete the God of Creation ceremony and become the next God of Creation, one must not only successfully 25 celestial-grade treasures within 100 attempts but also craft 5 different types of weapons, so Heaven and Earth Blacksmith could not just craft his specialties. For his first treasure, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith went for gauntlets, which he succeeded after spending almost 2 years on it. His second crafted treasure also turned out to be gauntlets, but it took him 2 attempts to do so. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed since Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started his God of Creation ceremony, and he had just finished his second celestial-grade treasure. His third, fourth, and fifth treasures also turned out to be gauntlets, but that took him 5 attempts. By this point, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was 20 years into his God of Creation ceremony, with 5 celestial-grade treasures and 7 failures. With 80 attempts and 20 celestial-grade treasures left to craft, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was doing pretty well. Since he had to craft 5 different types of treasures, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith was limited to 5 treasures of each type, so he had to craft a different type of treasure for his next one. For his 6th creation, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith decided to craft the bow. He continued crafting the bow until his 11th celestial-grade treasure. 50 years have passed since Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started his God of Creation ceremony, and due to fatigue, it was taking him longer to craft each treasure. Once the God of Creation ceremony began, there would be no breaks until it was completed. Most of the audience that were there on the first day had already left, but the audience remained pretty crowded with constant newcomers. Xian left after 5 years, but Tian Xuan remained. He spent most of his time in meditation and only woke up every few years to see Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's progress. The only person there who watched from the beginning without taking any breaks was Eternal Blacksmith, who was determined to witness Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's entire ceremony. When Heaven and Earth Blacksmith finished his 15th celestial-grade treasure, had used up 47 attempts. While having 53 attempts to complete 10 celestial-grade treasures may seem promising, one must consider the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's fatigue and the fact that he would be crafting treasures outside his area of expertise, which would significantly increase his failure rate. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started crafting spears for his 16th celestial-grade treasure. By the time he finished his 20th treasure, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith only had 16 attempts left to craft the last 5 treasures. Do you think he'll do it? Qin Long Blacksmith questioned out loud as Heaven and Earth Blacksmith started his 21st treasure. Impossible. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith responded without a hint of doubt in his voice. I also think it won't happen, unfortunately. Star Forging Blacksmith shook his head. 30 years later, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith crafted his 23rd celestial-grade treasure. Unfortunately, he only had 3 more attempts for the last 2 treasures. Unless he performs a miracle, he'll have to try again on his 3rd and final God of Creation ceremony. Eternal Blacksmith sighed. For his final attempts, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's movements were sluggish and full of mistakes. To him, it felt like there were mountains attached to his arms, and he was trying to hammer something underwater. In the end, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith failed the God of Creation ceremony with 23 celestial-grade treasures, being only 2 away from the coveted God of Creation position. Very few people actually believed Heaven and Earth Blacksmith would pass the ceremony, so nobody was surprised when he actually failed. Good try. Eternal Blacksmith approached him after the ceremony ended. Ha! I thought I could do it, but alas. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith sat beside the anvil, surrounded by a dispirited aura. Don't sweat it, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith. You still have one more attempt. Relentless Blacksmith patted him on the back. Indeed, but I won't need a third attempt. Eternal Blacksmith suddenly declared. I will become the next god of creation. If you want my title, you'll have to challenge me for it. I can't wait. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith chuckled bitterly. Once Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's god of creation ceremony was concluded, everyone returned to doing their own things. As time passed and Eternal Blacksmith's god of creation ceremony approached, Eternal Blacksmith suddenly declared that he would be delaying his ceremony for another 1,000 years. Although his decision to delay his ceremony left many disappointed, nobody blamed him for wanting to take more time to prepare. Some believed that Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's failure had influenced him to make this decision, but nobody could be certain. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years passed, and it was almost time for Eternal Blacksmith's god of creation ceremony. Eternal Blacksmith chose to perform his ceremony at the Grand Elders Summit as well, and all of the divine blacksmiths gathered once again on the day of Eternal Blacksmith ceremony. We are gathered once again for another god of creation ceremony. This time, Eternal Blacksmith will be the one partaking in the ceremony. The Ancient Anvil Association declared. Thank you all for coming here today. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for delaying this. I unexpectedly experienced enlightenment right before it was time for my ceremony and wanted to take some more time solidifying my new foundation. Eternal Blacksmith revealed the true reason for delaying his ceremony for 1,000 years, which greatly surprised everyone. To think he would experience enlightenment at his level. I guess this is the end of our rivalry. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith sighed after learning of this. Eternal Blacksmith continued, not only will I complete the God of Creation ceremony, but I will do so in less than 50 attempts. His bold declaration shocked everyone there. Heavens! In less than 50 attempts? Just what kind of enlightenment did he experience? Silver Flame Blacksmith exclaimed in a shocked voice. Such a bold claim. I wonder what kind of performance he'll show us. Yin Yang Blacksmith muttered. Without further elaborating on his declaration, Eternal Blacksmith went into meditation to prepare for the God of Creation ceremony. Chapter 1532 The New God of Creation. Chapter 1532 The New God of Creation 1532 The New God of Creation. What do you think of Eternal Blacksmith's declaration? Xuan asked Tian Xuan out of curiosity. It would be amazing if he actually achieved such a feat, he calmly responded. Really? You're not worried? Why should I be? Tian Xuan responded, his voice tinged with a hint of indifference. He'll become the next god of creation, you know. So what? It's not like that position will be his forever. I can still challenge for it. Don't you have to beat his record if you want to become the god of creation after him? Xuan asked. Yes, and I also have to defeat him in a match. If the position of god of creation is already occupied, anyone who challenges that title must not only surpass the god of creation's record during their god of creation ceremony but also defeat them in a one-on-one match. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Eternal Blacksmith emerged from his meditation and immediately began hammering away. Once the Eternal Blacksmith began working, it took only moments for the other divine blacksmiths to notice a significant change in the way he struck the material. His movements were more refined and carried a profound quality that even they could not fully comprehend. My lord! He's improved so much, it's like he became a different person. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith exclaimed in a shocked voice. He was the most familiar with the way Eternal Blacksmith smithied, so he was the most surprised out of everyone there. Looks like it wasn't just any ordinary enlightenment. Star Forging Blacksmith mumbled. Since when was there ordinary enlightenments? No matter how minor or major, an enlightenment is still an enlightenment. Even a minor enlightenment could transform a carp into a dragon, drastically improving them. Silver Flame Blacksmith said. And if you consider Eternal Blacksmith's already deep understanding and vast experience, even a minor enlightenment would be unfathomably profound. Relentless Blacksmith added. Eternal Blacksmith's first creation was a dagger. Unlike Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, Eternal Blacksmith wanted to get the weapon types he didn't excel at out of the way while he still had plenty of energy, as that would give him the highest success rate. His first creation was a success, and so was his second. He failed his third attempt but succeeded on his fourth attempt. Eternal Blacksmith proceeded to succeed every other creation. 30 years passed swiftly, and Eternal Blacksmith was on his 30th attempt and 14th creation, which he succeeded in creating. Eternal Blacksmith now had 15 successful creations while being only on his 31st attempt, so he had 19 more attempts to craft the remaining 10 treasures to fulfill his own declaration. Holy shit, even if he doesn't complete the ceremony within 50 attempts, it's almost guaranteed that he'll become the next god of creation. The audience was at a loss for words. 15 years later, with exactly 10 attempts left, Eternal Blacksmith only needed 4 more treasures to complete the ceremony and become the next god of creation. After another 15 years, Eternal Blacksmith had 3 attempts left, and he only needed 1 more treasure to have 25 celestial grade treasures crafted. Exactly 2.5 years later, Eternal Blacksmith successfully crafted his 25th celestial grade treasures on his 49th attempt, completing the God of Creation ceremony and becoming the next God of Creation. The audience erupted with celebration. However, the God of Creation ceremony itself has yet to end, and Eternal Blacksmith continued to craft his next treasure. Even though he only needed 25 celestial grade treasures to become the next God of Creation, he still had 51 attempts left to craft as many celestial grade treasures as possible, and anyone who challenges his title afterward will be required to beat that record for as long as Eternal Blacksmith lives. After another 100 years, Eternal Blacksmith finished the God of Creation ceremony with exactly 40 celestial grade treasures created. Heavens! He nearly doubled the requirement to become the God of Creation. This is a new record. Not only did Eternal Blacksmith become the next God of Creation, he's also the most successful one. Does this mean he's now the eternal God of Creation, or just God of Creation? Once the God of Creation ceremony ended, all of the blacksmiths there went to congratulate the newest God of Creation. Congratulations on your achievement, God of Creation. Yin Yang Blacksmith respectfully bowed to him. You've bested me, God of Creation. I, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, admit defeat. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith lowered his head in a humble manner. Just you wait, God of Creation. I'll snatch that title away from you soon. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith declared. Congratulations, God of Creation. I cannot wait to see what your future creations. Star Forging Blacksmith said. Let's have a drink later, God of Creation. Silver Flame Blacksmith said. It was quite the show, God of Creation. When I perform my ceremony, I'll make sure to give you an even better show. Tian Xuan said to him. Oh, really? I cannot wait. God of Creation smiled at him. News of Eternal Blacksmith becoming the next God of Creation had spread throughout the 9 heavens long before he even finished the ceremony, but the banquet to celebrate his new title did not happen until a year after the ceremony ended. During the next several thousand years with the Eternal Blacksmith as the God of Creation, Tian Xuan rarely made any public appearances and even ceased selling his treasures. His absence led many to initially wonder if something had happened to him, but over time, people stopped talking about him, almost as if he no longer existed. The other divine blacksmiths, excluding Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, attempted their second God of Creation ceremony during this time. Star Forging Blacksmith and Relentless Blacksmith barely managed to craft 25 celestial grade treasures during their ceremony, but neither of them came close to Eternal Blacksmith's record of 40, so they won't become the next God of Creation. However, once Eternal Blacksmith retires as the God of Creation, the two of them may compete with each other to replace him. Meanwhile, secluded in his own world, Tian Xuan quietly honed his smithing skills and increased his endurance over the years. Xian rarely visited him because she knew what he was doing and didn't want to disturb him. In the blink of an eye, 9,000 years had passed since the eternal blacksmith became the god of creation. Then, on an otherwise ordinary day, the exalted blacksmith re-emerged, announcing with shocking news that he would be performing the god of creation ceremony. Chapter 1533 Ancient Anvil Association. Chapter 1533 Ancient Anvil Association 1533 Ancient Anvil Association, have you heard? Exalted Blacksmith has returned and announced that he would be doing the god of creation ceremony. No way. The one who disappeared from the world after Eternal Blacksmith became the god of creation 9,000 years ago? When is he going to do the god of creation ceremony? He said he's going to do it next month. Next month? That's too soon. Once news of Tian Xuan's god of creation ceremony spread, people from around the world flocked to the Grand Elder Summit, where he would perform the ceremony. The Grand Elder Summit, again? It'll definitely become a tradition to perform the ceremony there from now on. At the Grand Elder Summit, countless people gathered there, including the divine blacksmiths, as well as the god of creation. I knew he was training in seclusion, but I didn't anticipate he would perform the god of creation ceremony this soon. Silver Flame Blacksmith said out loud. It's been around 10,000 years since he became a divine blacksmith, right? This is a little too soon, no matter how I look at it. Star Forging Blacksmith sighed. Can he even craft celestial grade treasures? I bet he rushed to perform the ceremony the moment he crafted his first celestial grade treasure. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith laughed in a mocking tone. What do you think of Exalted Blacksmith's decision to perform the ceremony, god of creation? Heaven and Earth Blacksmith asked him. God of creation pondered for a moment before responding. He crafted his first Empyrean grade treasure around 10,000 years ago. Even if he's managed to improve enough to craft celestial grade treasures with this little time, I cannot imagine he could have achieved a high success rate. Relentless Blacksmith nodded in agreement with God of creation and said, I share the same sentiment. No matter how talented you are, there is a limit to what you can achieve. All of us performed our first god of creation ceremony after 100,000 years of achieving celestial grade treasure, too. Let's bet on how much treasure he'll craft. I'll bet a glistening cold or on 5. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith suddenly said. That sounds fun. I'll bet a 9-inch long and 3-inch thick ancient burning wood on 12. Relentless Blacksmith said. The others also joined in on the fun. Can I join you guys? A new voice suddenly resounded. The group of divine blacksmiths turned to look at the person who had just spoken simultaneously. If it isn't the sword goddess. Of course, you can join in on the fun. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said, knowing that she was a friend of Tian Xuan. So, what's your bet? Fiery Heaven Blacksmith asked. I'll bet this. Xuan retrieved an entire golden celestial tree from her spatial ring, shocking everyone there. You're betting an entire golden celestial tree? And it's at least 1 million years old. Yin Yang Blacksmith exclaimed in a shocked voice. Is it too much? I'll change it if you don't want it, Xuan casually said. Who said anything about not wanting it? If you want to bet that, by all means. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith laughed. What is your prediction? Silver Flame Blacksmith asked. Without hesitation, Xuan responded with a calm smile on her face, I'll bet on 100. Huh? Everyone paying attention to their little gamble raised their eyebrows in a puzzled manner after hearing her words, most of them believing they had misheard her. Did I hear you correctly? That you'd bet on Exalted Blacksmith crafting 100 celestial grade treasures during the ceremony? God of Creation asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Indeed, you heard me correctly. Xuan calmly nodded her head. After a moment of silence, Fiery Heaven Blacksmith burst out laughing, ha ha ha. If you're trying to donate that golden celestial tree to one of us, just say so. There's no need to utter such nonsense. The other divine blacksmiths also laughed out loud. None of them could take Xuan seriously, after all. Alright, since everyone is having fun, I'll join, too. God of Creation said as he retrieved a rare material from his spatial ring. I'll bet on 20. 20. You're overestimating him too much, God of Creation. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith shook his head. We'll see about that. He calmly said. The people who sat around them wanted to join in on the fun, but none of them had the guts to do so, as the divine blacksmith's presence was simply too much for them, not to mention the God of Creation himself. Sometime later, Tian showed up at the Grand Elder Summit. However, there was an issue that most of the people there immediately noticed. Huh? Where is the Ancient Anvil Association? Star Forging Blacksmith questioned out loud. Perhaps they're running late? Silver Flame Blacksmith said. There's no way they would be late to the God of Creation ceremony. It's sacred for them. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith said. Exalted Blacksmith, where is the Ancient Anvil Association? You are aware that their presence is essential for the ceremony's legitimacy, are you not? The God of Creation inquired. Tian looked at him and said, I know, but I don't think they'll show up. Why is that? God of Creation became even more puzzled. Because I refuse to be associated with them, he calmly said. What? You're telling me that you've been an unofficial blacksmith this entire time? Heaven and Earth Blacksmith exclaimed in a bewildered voice. That's right. Tian calmly nodded. To be officially recognized as a blacksmith, one must register with the Ancient Anvil Association. Impossible. How come the Ancient Anvil Association hasn't mentioned this before? Silver Flame Blacksmith asked, her voice filled with disbelief. More importantly, why did you refuse to accept them? They're recognized by almost every blacksmith in the world, the God of Creation asked. It's simply a matter of pettiness, Tian replied with a casual shrug. We had some disagreements in the past, and I've held a grudge ever since. His words left everyone speechless. Chapter 1534 Exalted Blacksmith Ceremony. Chapter 1534 Exalted Blacksmith Ceremony 1534 Exalted Blacksmith Ceremony, Disagreement. What kind? Xian asked, her curiosity piqued. I'm glad you asked. Tian said, seemingly eager to expose the Ancient Anvil Association. When I was still young and inexperienced, I went to register at the Ancient Anvil Association. However, when they saw the treasure I crafted, they claimed I was too young to have such skills and called me a fraud, even stealing the first treasure I ever created from me that day. The audience was left speechless by this unexpected experience Tian had with the Ancient Anvil Association. I understand your frustration, but the Ancient Anvil Association is a massive background with hundreds of thousands of workers. You cannot hold a grudge against the entire faction over a single bad individual. God of Creation tried to reason with him. Indeed, they are, and I gave them another chance 1,000 years later. Although I was no longer called a fraud, they tried to swindle me by making me sign some nonsense contract that would give them a large portion of my future sales as a blacksmith. When I refused, they threatened to end my career as a blacksmith. Tian sneered, his voice dripping with resentment. In order to receive a license from the Ancient Anvil Association, every blacksmith must sign a contract that would give the association a small portion of their earnings. This contract varied depending on the individual and their background, so everyone had different experiences. When the blacksmiths heard about Tian experience, some felt his pain because they also had to give more than others. Tian was not finished speaking and continued, in fact, the person who branded me as a fraud and stole my treasure is the current head of the Ancient Anvil Association, so I will never associate myself with them even if I will never be recognized as an official blacksmith. The entire place was dead silent as they listened to Tian and many blacksmiths sympathized with him. Anyway, I don't care about the Ancient Anvil Association. So what if they're not here to witness my God of Creation ceremony? Why is their presence necessary for the ceremony to become authentic? Are the people here watching not enough to authenticate the ceremony? Is the ceremony itself not good enough? Then we might as well rename it to Ancient Anvil Association's God of Creation Assessment. Tian sneered. Eventually, someone from the audience shouted, "Yeah." Since when did the Ancient Anvil Association become so powerful that they can determine the authenticity of the ceremony? Fuck. Why do we have to register at the Ancient Anvil Association to be recognized as an official blacksmith? And why do we have to give them a portion of our income just for their recognition? That's plain robbery. After Tian Xuan revealed his strained relationship with the Ancient Anvil Association, the audience, filled with blacksmiths, erupted in curses directed at the association. It was obvious that the Ancient Anvil Association had wronged many people, but they were too afraid to speak up due to the association's immense influence. However, now that Tian Xuan, a renowned divine blacksmith, had openly criticized them, it opened the floodgates, with wronged blacksmiths rushing forward to voice their grievances. Although the Ancient Anvil Association wasn't present physically, they witnessed the spectacle through a treasure that allowed them to see events from afar, typically used to observe crowded gatherings from the comfort of their own homes. Damn it. Is this why Exalted Blacksmith refused to register at our Ancient Anvil Association? Leader, please tell me he's lying. The elders at the association turned to their current head for answers. None of them knew of the drama between Tian Xuan and their association because it was never mentioned until today. However, they always found it weird that Exalted Blacksmith never tried to register at their association. Some had even personally gone to recruit him, but they were all turned away without explanation. Ashamed, they kept this quiet, leading the public to believe Tian Xuan was already with them. However, if what Tian Xuan said was true, it clarified everything. The current head of the Ancient Anvil Association, Ao Tao, had a dark expression on his face as he tried to recall the past. After thinking for a long moment, he could vaguely recall calling some young brat a fraud before taking away their weapon. Fuck. That darned brat was the Exalted Blacksmith? He cried inwardly, his back soaked in sweat when he realized his own fault. Tian Xuan was only a teenager when he tried to sign up at the Ancient Anvil Association, bringing with him a peak-quality spirit-grade treasure. Yao Tao, however, didn't believe a teenager without any background or master could possibly craft something even a master blacksmith would have trouble creating. Therefore, Yao Tao kicked Tian Xuan out, but not before confiscating his treasure. What should we do now, leader? Should we show up for his ceremony? One of the elders asked in a worried tone. After everything he said about us? Not a chance. Someone else said. Let's refute his claims and then call him out for slandering us with lies. Even if what he said is true, there's no way for him to prove it. Another suggested. After a long conversation, Yao Tao came to a decision. We will refute his claims and go after him for slandering us. As Elderly said, there's no way for him to prove his claims, something that happened thousands of years ago. Our Ancient Anvil Association has existed for millions of years. We'll not allow a single individual to run our reputation to the ground. He'll soon make a fool of himself with the God of Creation ceremony, too. Once the ceremony ends, we will confront him together. Sometime later, Tian Xuan prepared to begin the God of Creation ceremony. Even though it was not official and without the presence of the Ancient Anvil Association, nobody wanted to miss this occasion. As of this moment, countless people from around the world were spectating Tian Xuan's ceremony. I will now begin my God of Creation ceremony. Thank you all for being here. Tian Xuan gave the audience a quick bow before retrieving a large mountain of materials and placing them on the ground. Typically, the Ancient Anvil Association supplied the materials for the God of Creation ceremony and kept every treasure crafted during the event. However, without the association present, Tian Xuan had to use his own materials. Fortunately, there was no limitations on the type of materials used for the ceremony as long as the results created from it was celestial grade. After taking out the materials, Tian Xuan immediately started refining them, leaving the spectators speechless. What the hell? He's going straight into it without any mental preparations? I've never seen anyone do this before. Relentless Blacksmith exclaimed in a shocked voice. Did he forget? I also made many mistakes during my first ceremony. Silver Flame Blacksmith muttered. Ha ha ha. What a fool. I'll definitely win this bet. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith laughed out loud, even slapping his thighs. I am, truly speechless. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith sighed. The whole audience was left bewildered by Tian Xuan's actions. Nobody knew if it was a mistake or done on purpose, but they were certain that he'd messed up severely by not taking the time to prepare for it. As Tian Xuan neared his first month of the ceremony, he started forming the shape of the weapon. What? He's already almost done. Impossible. It's only been a month. Star Forging Blacksmith stood up in shock. Looks like he's craft swords first. Yin Yang Blacksmith mumbled. After another week, Tian Xuan finished his first treasure. Heavens, he really crafted a celestial grade treasure in a month. Even the god of creation requires half a year to do so. The other blacksmiths muttered to each other. Tian Xuan immediately moved on to his second treasure. Another month later, he began forming its shape. Huh? He's crafting a dagger this time? Once again, Tian Xuan's unpredictable actions left the audience confused and speechless. He's done it. He's successfully crafted 2 treasures in a row. In 2 months, too. How long will he be able to continue at this pace? A month later, Tian Xuan crafted his third treasure, a bow. Then, in another month, he crafted a spear for his fourth treasure. For the fifth treasure, he crafted a fan. In less than half a year, Tian Xuan successfully crafted 5 treasures with 5 attempts. The audience was so shocked that they could only silently watch him continue with wide eyes, their body numb. This can't be. He's definitely cheating somehow. There's no way he crafted 5 celestial grade treasures in a row, much less in 5 months. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith suddenly blurted out loud. However, God of Creation responded in a serious tone, can you prove that he's cheating? With so many people watching his every move, wouldn't someone have already noticed it if he was cheating? Or are you saying that he's skillful enough to cheat in front of so many people, including me? That's exactly what I am saying. There's no way he's able to achieve this legitimately. Then shut your mouth and keep watching closely. Since you're so confident he's cheating, prove it. Star Forging Blacksmith said without taking his eyes off Tian Xuan. It was inevitable that some people would think Tian Xuan was cheating. However, without any proof, they can only continue watching until they can expose him. Xian was the only one in the audience who watched with a calm expression, free of any suspicion in her gaze. Welcome back, Exalted Blacksmith. She mumbled. Chapter 1535 Fraud. Chapter 1535 Fraud. 1535 Fraud. A full year had passed since Tian Xuan began his God of Creation ceremony, and he had crafted 10 celestial grade treasures within 10 attempts, meaning he hadn't failed once since he started. More and more people became skeptical and doubted his legitimacy. Yet, no one could figure out his methods, and continued to watch in amazement as Tian Xuan showcased his unfathomable prowess. Fuck. How the hell is he doing this? I refuse to believe that he's doing this without any tricks. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith began biting his nails in frustration as he continued to analyze every movement Tian Xuan made to expose his tricks, but to no avail. He couldn't fathom how Tian Xuan was refining the materials so quickly and how he would successfully craft a celestial grade treasure every time. As Tian Xuan continued to defy all logic and common sense, the God of Creation ceremony entered its 3rd year. Tian Xuan kept his ridiculous pace by producing a celestial grade treasure nearly every month, reaching 22 celestial grade treasures by the end of the 2nd year. Of course, his 100% success rate remained, and he had 78 attempts left to defeat the current God of Creation's record of 40. Tian Xuan's flawless performance left the God of Creation deeply perplexed. On one hand, he wanted to believe in Tian Xuan's talent, on the other hand, it was almost too extraordinary to accept, even though he couldn't find any fault in Tian Xuan's work. However, it made absolutely zero sense for Tian Xuan to cheat before so many people and in such an obvious manner, no less. If one wanted to cheat, it shouldn't be so exaggerated and obvious. Tian Xuan himself had an unshakable reputation throughout the years. While everybody was suspicious of his skills at first, he quickly proved himself to be the real deal, not to mention the competition he participated in for the Void Meteoroid Core. If his talents are truly real and not fabricated, this world might not be ready for someone like him. God of Creation sighed inwardly. After another 2 years, Tian Xuan approached the God of Creation's record of 40. Although his crafting speed had slowed down slightly, it was still outrageously fast. Ding! Ding! Clang! Tian Xuan successfully crafted his 40th treasure on his 40th attempt. Unless he failed to create a single treasure within the next 60 attempts, it was essentially certain that Tian Xuan would become the next god of creation. A month later, nobody was surprised when Tian Xuan created his 41st treasure. Good heavens, what in heaven's name is happening? Is this even real? Even if he fails to create a single treasure with the rest of his attempts, he's already smashed the previous record with an unprecedented 41 treasures in a row. Do you think the God of Creation will accept this result? He might argue it's an unofficial ceremony. With so many witnesses, even heaven itself would not dare to deny Exalted Blacksmith's achievement because of some arbitrary rule made up by the ancient Anvil Association. I kind of pity the God of Creation. He's only held on to that title for 10,000 years, which is probably the shortest time someone has sat in that position. Exalted Blacksmith still has to defeat the God of Creation in a one-on-one match to acquire his title officially, right? Nothing is guaranteed. Someone said. Are you blind? Even the God of Creation cannot craft more than 3 celestial-grade treasures in a row, much less 41. I'd be surprised if he doesn't hand over his title without the match since the outcome is already obvious. The God of Creation would lose more face if he were to participate in such an obvious match than just to hand over his title, since that would show his denial. And I would not be surprised if it turns out the Exalted Blacksmith has been cheating this entire time. His talents are too good to be true. He's just way ahead of his time, that's all. Also, how can he cheat with so many expert blacksmiths around? There's no way he hasn't been exposed already if that were the case. The audience continued to argue with each other regarding the legitimacy of Tian Xuan's ceremony. Once Tian Xuan crafted his 50th treasure, his speed slowed down to a treasure every 2 months instead of one. 60. 70. 80. Tian Xuan crafted his 80th celestial grade treasure in a row 6 years later. By now, the audience had grown numb and was no longer shocked. They only had one thing in their mind: whether Tian Xuan would become the first person in history to craft 100 celestial-grade treasures in a row or not. Tian Xuan's speed slowed down again after his 80th treasure. Instead of taking 2 to 3 months to craft a treasure, he needed 5 to 7 months. 10 years later, Tian Xuan used his final attempt to craft the 100th treasure. The audience held their breaths as they prepared to witness history being made right in front of their very eyes. As Tian Xuan formed the shape of the final treasure, nearly everybody in the upper heavens had their eyes on him. It's a sword. His final treasure is a sword. Ding. Clang. Ding. 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 After spending an entire year on his final treasure, Tian Xuan successfully crafted his 100th treasure, becoming the first ever individual to perform a flawless God of Creation ceremony. The audience erupted with cheers, but there were also many who still doubted the legitimacy of his performance. Exalted Blacksmith, you fucking fraud. Do you really expect us to believe that you had crafted 100 celestial-grade treasures in a row? Fiery Heaven Blacksmith was the loudest with the curses. If you're going to bullshit, at least make it believable. I cannot believe I wasted so much time watching this nonsense. Fraud. 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 Of course, the ancient Anvil Association had planted some of its own people within the crowd to oppose Tian Xuan and discredit him. Where is the proof that he's a fraud? Everyone saw his performance, but nobody could prove that he was cheating. Right. I didn't see anything suspicious, and I watched the entire ceremony without blinking. Surely, you have something to say about this, God of Creation. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith suddenly turned to look at him. The audience temporarily became silent as they waited for the God of Creation's response. God of Creation quietly sat in his seat with a pondering expression on his face. Had watched the entire ceremony from beginning to end without missing a thing, yet he couldn't find anything that would expose Tian Xuan as a cheater. However, his own pride and experience couldn't accept the fact that Tian Xuan had such unfathomable capabilities. After a long moment of silence, the God of Creation solemnly spoke as he stared at Tian Xuan's figure. Although I did not see anything suspicious during the ceremony, nor can I prove that Head cheated, common sense tells me that what Head done is simply impossible. Exalted Blacksmith, you disappoint me. I thought you were someone of integrity and respected you, but to do something like this during the sacred God of Creation ceremony, you've committed blasphemy. Why, you can't be serious. Xian was the first to respond to God of Creation's verdict. However, once the God of Creation gave his verdict, nobody dared to refute him, even if they believed in Tian Xuan. Despite being called a fraud, Tian Xuan did not show any signs of anger and remained tranquil. He responded a moment later, "Are you really that reluctant to hand over your title? I don't blame you, though, since you only got to enjoy it for a short 10,000 years. Don't worry. I don't care enough about the title to fight you for it, anyway. The only reason I performed this ceremony was for my own satisfaction. It would have been nice if I was recognized as the God of Creation, but whether I have such a title or not won't have any effect on my capabilities as a blacksmith. As a matter of fact, I do not need anyone's approval. I don't craft treasures to prove myself. I do it because I enjoy it, and it benefits me. To those of you who still believe in me and recognize me as the next God of Creation, thank you. Unfortunately, it appears that I am not destined to be the next God of Creation." Tian Xuan waved his sleeves, collecting all 100 celestial grade treasures. "Anyway, call me a fraud if you want. You may be able to deceive yourself and even the world, but as long you can't prove that I cheated, you won't be able to get rid of that doubt hidden deep within your soul, and you'll eventually be consumed by it." After saying such words, Tian Xuan vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes like a ghost, leaving the entire world speechless. Shortly after Tian Xuan's disappearance, the Ancient Anvil Association showed up at the Grand Elder Summit to further smear Tian Xuan's image. As you have all witnessed, Exalted Blacksmith is a fraud that cannot be trusted. Not only did he slander our association with false claims, but he even dared to commit blasphemy during the God of Creation ceremony. Yao Tao said. Our Ancient Anvil Association has known about this for a long time now, hence why we refuse to recognize him as an official blacksmith. We haven't said anything until now because we need solid proof to expose him. I shall repeat this once again, Exalted Blacksmith is a fraud. Yeah. He's a fraud. I cannot believe I had spent so much money purchasing his weapons before. Fuck. I also commissioned him for a weapon. I'll destroy that thing once I get home. After the ceremony, the Ancient Anvil Association, supported by the God of Creation, spread the news of Tian Xuan being a fraud throughout the 9 heavens, sending shockwaves through the realms and leaving all of his fans in disbelief. Chapter 1536 Crafting the Masterpiece. Chapter 1536 Crafting the Masterpiece. 1536 Crafting the Masterpiece. Hold on to your anvils, folks. I've got a shocking revelation for you. The Exalted Blacksmith has been unmasked as a fraud. Don't miss this breaking news. A streetwise informant bellowed, drawing a throng of curious onlookers. What? Exalted Blacksmith is a fraud? How is that possible? It's true. The Ancient Anvil Association and even the revered God of Creation have already declared the Exalted Blacksmith to be a fraud. In fact, Exalted Blacksmith was never even an official blacksmith to begin with. The Exalted Blacksmith not only committed blasphemy during the God of Creation ceremony by cheating, but all of his creations are not even his. What kind of nonsense are you sprouting? How can someone cheat in the God of Creation ceremony? And many have watched him craft treasures. I heard about this. However, nobody at the ceremony could actually prove that the Exalted Blacksmith had cheated during his ceremony. Someone defended Tian. I was present at the ceremony, and I didn't notice anything unusual, let alone cheating. It's possible that the Exalted Blacksmith is being unfairly accused due to envy of his skills. Another voice chimed in, offering a different viewpoint. The Exalted Blacksmith called out the ancient Anvil Association before the ceremony began, so they have a motive. As for the God of Creation, he probably just didn't want to hand over his title so soon after acquiring it. Not everyone believed the rumors, but the God of Creation and the ancient Anvil Association wielded immense influence. Challenging them meant risking their ire and losing access to their invaluable services, making it wiser for most to remain silent. Because of this, most of the families and sects in the upper heavens remained silent, allowing such rumors to continue spreading like wildfire. With nobody truly influential stepping forward to refute these rumors, more and more people started believing it. Eventually, the rumor was no longer just a rumor and turned into a fact. The Ancient Anvil Association also invested tremendous resources and effort into ensuring that Tian became and remained a fraud. With the God of Creation backing them, almost nothing could stop them from branding Tian as a fraud. And in just a few hundred years, it became common knowledge that Tian was a fraud who managed to become a divine blacksmith by fooling the world. God of Creation. I am disappointed in you. A face that the God of Creation hadn't seen in a while suddenly showed up to say such words in private. What are you talking about, heaven and earth blacksmith? God of Creation responded in a nonchalant tone. You know what I am talking about. For the sake of that title, you've forsaken your own dignity and collaborated with the Ancient Anvil Association to slander Exalted Blacksmith, who performed a flawless God of Creation ceremony. Because of you, we've lost a prodigy that might never appear in this world again. You actually believe that had performed a flawless ceremony? It's impossible to have a 100% success rate for celestial-grade treasures, not to mention the speed at which he was crafting them. Even if there is no solid evidence, the abnormal result is enough to convince me that Head cheated. It's just common sense, plain and simple. There was no change in his tone as the God of Creation remained adamant on his own beliefs. Since when did common sense apply to true prodigies, monsters? Anyway, I have said what I wanted to say, so I am leaving now. However, God of Creation stopped him and said, if you're so convinced that he's legitimate, why haven't you said anything about it? I am aware that I do not have the power to convince the public alone, hence why I am here speaking to you personally. I should have said something on that very day, but just like you, I was overwhelmed by his otherworldly performance and became blinded with envy. In truth, I have no right to say these things to you since I am just as guilty, and I can hardly raise my hammer nowadays because it carries the weight of my guilt. I wish the best of luck to you and your future endeavors, God of Creation. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith left shortly after without looking back. A few years later, Heaven and Earth Blacksmith shocked the world with an unexpected retirement announcement. Why did the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith suddenly announce his retirement? He still has one more attempt at the God of Creation ceremony, right? It might have something to do with what happened to Exalted Blacksmith. Were they even close enough for Heaven and Earth Blacksmith to do such a thing for him? Who knows, but we've lost 2 divine blacksmiths in less than 1,000 years now. After Heaven and Earth Blacksmith's visit and sudden retirement, the God of Creation began to come to his senses, and as if he had been cursed by Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, his hammer became heavier with each passing day. What have I done? God of Creation eventually realized his faults, but it was already too late to change anything, and the damages were already done. Meanwhile, the Exalted Blacksmith hasn't made an appearance since his God of Creation ceremony, almost as if had vanished from the world. In reality, Tian was hard at work inside his own world, preparing for his masterpiece. Xuan visited him a few years after his ceremony. Although she had planned on visiting sooner, she had to deal with some problems first. When she arrived at his world, she was surprised to see Tian working by the anvil as usual. Hello, Xuan. It's been a few years. Am I a fraud to the entire world yet? Tian asked her with a calm smile on his face. Xian frowned at his question and said, "How can you act so calm in this situation?" And yes, the ancient Anvil Association, God of Creation, and Fiery Heaven Blacksmith are hard at work trying to brand you as a fraud. They're even going as far as trying to destroy your creations. Why aren't you even attempting to defend your own image? Are you going to let them continue slandering you like this? It's too much of a hassle. The Exalted Blacksmith was the perfect persona for me to collect the materials I needed for my true ambition. Now that I have collected everything I need for my masterpiece, I couldn't care less about what happened to it afterward. In fact, I intended to disappear from the world quietly after collecting the materials. Tian shrugged. He didn't think it was worth it trying to save a persona he'd already intended to throw away. However, Xian had a different thought in mind. No. You may not care about that persona, but it's important to me. It's the identity of my first love, and I will not allow anyone to trample on it. Xian did not stay for long and left in a hurry. Tian didn't think too much about it and continued his preparations. Several thousand years later, Tian was almost finished with his preparations. He knew that Xian would want to experience the creation of his masterpiece, so he contacted her through her communication jade slip. "I will soon craft my masterpiece. You know where to find me. I'll wait for you, but I can't wait too long since the materials are already prepared and will eventually start losing quality if I don't use them." After sending her this message, Tian waited for her arrival. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years passed, but Xian never showed up. Tian wanted to look for her, but had already wasted too much time and needed to craft the treasure as soon as possible. "She's probably in seclusion or something. I'll look for her after I finish my work." Fong. "It's time. Let's get started." Tian called out to her. Feng Tianru appeared shortly after, with her body raining flames. God of War's astral arts. Tian summoned a massive avatar that wielded hammers in both hands, which he used to strike the anvil alongside his own hammer. Even though it would only take him a month to craft a celestial-grade treasure, Tian ended up spending over 100 years straight hammering at the anvil. All of the rare materials had painstakingly collected throughout the years, enough to buy an entire realm, were used for this one treasure. Once he was finished with the treasure, which took the form of a great sword, he left his world to find Xian. The first and most obvious place he visited to find information on Xian was the unrivaled Nine-Sword Sect. However, when he showed up at the sect, nobody recognized him. Since Tian had no intentions of continuing his persona as the Exalted Blacksmith, he no longer had any reason to hide his face and showed up to the sect without his mask. "I'm a friend of Lady Xian. Do you know where I can find her?" he asked one of their disciples. "You're looking for the sword goddess." The disciple suddenly wore a stiff expression after being questioned about her. He then said, "I'm sorry, but the sword goddess hasn't been affiliated with the unrivaled Nine-Sword Sect since she was exiled from the sect several centuries ago." "What? She'd been exiled from the unrivaled Nine-Sword Sect? How did such a thing happen?" Tian was greatly shocked by this news and immediately inquired for more information. Chapter 1537 Gone Rogue. Chapter 1537 Gone Rogue. 1537 Gone Rogue. How are you not aware of her situation? It caused quite the scene around the world when it happened. Are you really her friend? The disciple doubted Tian being Xian's friend. "I was in seclusion for a long time and only recently emerged, so I am still unaware of many things. If you enlighten me, it'll make it worth your time." Tian proceeded to take out an ancient great sword and dangled it in front of the disciple like a carrot on a stick. The disciple's eyes immediately flickered when he saw this. He never thought he would be able to acquire an ancient great sword just by answering some questions. "I'll tell you everything you want to know, senior. You can start by telling why Xian was exiled." "That's because she'd gone rouge and went on a killing spree, becoming a mass murderer. If the unrivaled Nine Swords sect hadn't exiled her, it would have dragged all of us down with her. What? Xuan became a mass murderer? Surely, there must have been a mistake. I've known her for thousands of years. She wouldn't do something like that without a good reason. Tian Qiuan's eyes widened at this shocking revelation. He knew Xuan was an eccentric individual, but she was definitely no mass murderer. If she killed someone, she definitely would have a good reason for doing so. It's true, Senior. The Sword Goddess went on a rampage against those who slandered the Exalted Blacksmith, especially the ancient Anvil Association. If anyone dared to slander the Exalted Blacksmith openly, she would show up at their door and slaughter them like pigs. Huh. Tian Qiuan's eyes widened for a second time, as he could totally see Xuan doing such a thing for him as the Exalted Blacksmith fanatic. Shed killed thousands of people throughout the years, killed 2 of the ancient Anvil Association elders, and even crippled the Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, to the point where he could no longer wield a hammer properly. Due to her actions, she was branded as an evil cultivator and was given a bounty. She would have probably gone for the god of creation's throat if he weren't so much stronger than her. Anyway, after being branded as an evil cultivator and given a bounty, the Sword Goddess became the hunted. If the unrivaled Nine Swords sect hadn't exiled her, we would have been branded as accomplices and also become the world's enemy. I understand her situation, and I have another question. Is she dead? Tian Qiuan wore a grim expression on his face as he asked this serious question. Although they never acknowledged each other as lovers, they were certainly more than just friends and had shared moments that only lovers would. Tian Qiuan would be lying to himself if he said he didn't have any feelings for her. Last I heard, they managed to destroy her physical body but failed to secure her soul and allowed her to escape. That was about 20 years ago. I haven't heard anything about it since then. So she could still be out there, huh? Last question. Who destroyed her body? That would be Fiery Heaven Blacksmith. Of course, he had help from the ancient Anvil Association and several other parties. Thank you. As promised, I will compensate you for your time. Tian Qiuan handed him the sword and quickly left the scene. His next objective was to locate Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, which didn't take long at all. After being crippled by Xuan, Fiery Heaven Blacksmith retired as a blacksmith and became a famous playboy who frequented brothels and whatnot. After asking around, Tian Qiuan found Fiery Heaven Blacksmith at the Thousand Fairy Sky Pavilion, surrounded by dozens of beauties as they fed him fruits and drinks. Tian Qiuan examined Fiery Heaven Blacksmith's body to see how crippled he was. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith looked healthy at a glance, but once someone noticed the condition of his hands, they would immediately understand why he had to retire as a blacksmith. His hands not only lacked fingers, but the hands themselves appeared squashed, resembling that of meat paste. Normally, a cultivator at his level would be able to heal such injuries even without the help of medicine. Unfortunately for him, Xuan had struck him with a sword that caused permanent damage and blocked the effects of all healing medicine. This sword was something Tian Qiuan crafted himself, and he knew at a glance from Fiery Heaven Blacksmith's injuries that Shed used that sword on him. Unless Fiery Heaven Blacksmith destroyed his crippled body and reconstructed it from scratch, he would have no way of recovering from his injuries fully. However, such a method was easier said than done. Rebuilding his newly constructed body to its current level would require tremendous effort and take hundreds of thousands of years. Fiery Heaven Blacksmith did not bother rebuilding his body since had already lost all motivation and passion for smithing after Eternal Blacksmith became the god of creation. Once he was done examining Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, Tian Qiuan approached him. Hey, you bastard, are you blind? Fiery Heaven Blacksmith cursed at him before he could even get too close. Can't you see that I am busy enjoying myself here? Your presence is affecting the atmosphere. Get lost before I kill. Before Fiery Heaven Blacksmith could even finish his sentence, Tian Qiuan retrieved the masterpiece had recently completed and swung it. Shaw. Even though Fiery Heaven Blacksmith could follow Tian Qiuan's movements, his body was not fast enough to react to it, and before he realized it, his physical body had been destroyed. Ah! Murderer! The ladies around them screamed in terror. However, Tian Xuan did not kill Fiery Heaven Blacksmith, who was now a bodiless soul. Why, you fucking bastard? Who do you think I am? How dare you do this to? Fiery Heaven Blacksmith failed to finish his sentence a second time, but it was not because of Tian Xuan. When Fiery Heaven Blacksmith subconsciously laid eyes on the sword in Tian Xuan's grasp after being attracted by its aura, he was struck with such profound bewilderment that words utterly failed him. As a divine blacksmith, had seen all sorts of treasures in this world. However, had never seen a treasure like the sword before him at this very moment. While he couldn't tell exactly what it was made of, he instinctively knew that it was something otherworldly, something this world had never seen before. If he had to describe the treasure, it would be flawless and without equal. Tian Xuan noticed that Fiery Heaven Blacksmith was ensnared by his sword and smiled. Are you interested in this? He extended his sword to give Fiery Heaven Blacksmith a better look. Where did you acquire such a treasure? Is it a natural treasure, or is it someone's creation? Fiery Heaven Blacksmith asked, pretending as if Tian Xuan hadn't destroyed his physical body a moment ago. Despite losing his passion as a blacksmith and retiring as one, he was still one at heart. Tian Xuan shrugged and said, I don't know. I found it lying on the street and picked it up. And without saying another word, Tian Xuan vanished from the scene like a ghost, leaving Fiery Heaven Blacksmith utterly speechless and confused. His purpose for visiting Fiery Heaven Blacksmith was solely to punish him for destroying Zi Xian's physical body. Had thought about destroying Fiery Heaven Blacksmith's soul, killing him permanently. However, when Tian Xuan saw how interested Fiery Heaven Blacksmith was in his weapon, Tian Xuan decided to torture him with curiosity. Sure enough, Fiery Heaven Blacksmith's encounter with Tian Xuan's sword left a profound and everlasting impression on him, sparking an intense desire to create something of comparable brilliance. His passion for the art reignited, and Fiery Heaven Blacksmith announced his return as a blacksmith after reconstructing his new physical body. He used his memories to study Tian Xuan's sword, but no matter how much he tried, he was unable to comprehend it. Eventually, he gave up trying to understand it and began attempting to replicate it. Alas, nothing he crafted came even close to matching the quality of Tian Xuan's sword, even after millions of attempts. If only I could see that sword one more time. If only I had looked at it for a little longer back then. His infatuation eventually turned him into a madman who traveled the 9 heavens in search of Tian Xuan and his sword. Meanwhile, Tian Xuan visited the ancient Anvil Association and flaunted his sword to the experts there, leaving all of them absolutely gobsmacked. To the untrained eye, Tian Xuan's sword appeared to be a high-quality sword and nothing more. However, to expert blacksmiths, it was nothing short of a miracle, the true pinnacle of craftsmanship that surpassed common sense and defied all logic, as if it embodied the very essence and secrets of the art of smithing. The experts there begged Tian Xuan to let them examine the treasure, but Tian Xuan refused even to let them touch his sword. This drove all of the experts there mad, especially Yao Tao, who actually lost control of his emotions and attacked Tian Xuan in an attempt to steal the sword. However, Tian Xuan easily stopped Yao Tao in his tracks, even destroying his physical body in the process. Then, without another word, Tian Xuan vanished into thin air. Soon, rumors of a mysterious man with a perfect sword spread throughout the community like wildfire. It was a sword that surpassed even celestial-grade treasures. It was not something created by man but by a god, one that surpasses even the god of creation. These rumors eventually reached the god of creation, immediately piquing his interest. Chapter 1538 Pinnacle of Treasures. Chapter 1538 Pinnacle of Treasures. 1538 Pinnacle of Treasures, a mysterious man carrying around a sword of unfathomable quality that is described as the pinnacle of treasures by those who witnessed it. Huh? God of Creation muttered to himself after hearing the recent rumors. As a blacksmith, he was more interested in the sword than the individual with it. Eventually, he could no longer contain his curiosity and began a journey to find the mysterious man with the so-called pinnacle of treasures. He visited those who had seen the sword to see if he could learn anything about this mysterious man or find any clues that would lead to him. Unfortunately, he could only acquire insubstantial information. He was a tall and handsome man. I have never seen him before, but he had a powerful aura around him. I believe he was an expert. He was definitely an expert. I don't know how much his sword contributed to his strength, but he managed to obliterate Yao Tao of the ancient Anvil Association with a single blow. His sword matched the length of his body, its blade predominantly black with hints of gold woven in. Although its appearance wasn't extravagant, its quality was undeniably otherworldly, one of the witnesses recalled, their voice filled with reverence. If a grade existed above celestial grade, that sword would definitely be in that category, or two above it. That's just how perfect it was. As the god of creation heard more about this flawless sword, his desire to see it with his own eyes intensified. The god of creation, driven by an insatiable desire, eventually placed a bounty on both the man and the sword, offering vast fortunes to anyone who could lead him to either. To the man himself, he promised untold riches and treasures beyond imagination should he present the sword in person. This announcement reverberated through the realms, igniting a fervent hunt that spanned across the 9 heavens. However, no matter how much people searched, they were unable to find any traces of the man or the sword, as if had vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Xuan went to look for Xian's soul after messing with the ancient Anvil Association. The first place he looked was the secret entrance to her world in the 8th heaven. After traveling to the 8th heaven and arriving at his destination, he found that the entrance had vanished and was no longer there. She probably couldn't handle opening too many entrances to her world after losing her physical body. Unfortunately, this was the only entrance to her world that he knew of, and he doubted anyone who wasn't Xian would know of another entrance. If I cannot find her, they'll let her find me. Xuan could only think of one way to attract Xian. Although he had already tossed away the identity as the Exalted Blacksmith, if it could help Xian's situation, he would not hesitate to become the Exalted Blacksmith again. There was a chance that Xian might eventually show up in his world, but he didn't know how long that would take or if she'd want to trouble him with her presence. Since she acted to clear my name, I should do just that, clear my name. However, he didn't know where to start. The ancient Anvil Association had already convinced the entire world that he was a fraud. If he appeared out of the blue to clear his name after ignoring it for so long, it would only have the opposite effect. In the end, he decided to return to his world to think of a plan. He also hoped that Xian would suddenly show up in his world like she often does. Unbeknownst to him, Xian had already caught wind of the rumor surrounding the peerless sword. The moment she heard about it, her thoughts immediately turned to Xuan. In all the heavens, there was only one individual capable of crafting such a masterpiece. So he's achieved his ambitions. It's a pity that I missed the process, and I really want to see the sword with my own eyes, but alas. I don't think I can visit him while in this condition. She feared that Xuan would disapprove of her methods of trying to clear his name, as she'd gone to the extreme. However, even if it caused him to hate her, she would not stop until she cleared his name. Once I reconstruct my body and regain enough strength, I will launch a full attack on the ancient Anvil Association. Then I will deal with Fiery Heaven Blacksmith once and for all. Since I am not strong enough to deal with the god of creation yet, I'll save him for last. A few years later, Xuan appeared in the world again, carrying on his back a beautiful black and golden sword. Once people started realizing his identity as the mysterious man with the flawless sword, they immediately notified the god of creation of his whereabouts. When the god of creation received this news, he stopped whatever he was doing and flew directly to the location given to him. Surprisingly, it was the Grand Elder Summit. The Grand Elder Summit, huh? I haven't been to this place since that incident. The god of creation mumbled to himself as he approached the place. As for Xuan, he quietly cultivated at the peak of the summit, where competitions usually took place. It was also where he performed his god of creation ceremony. Although he was surrounded by a crowd, mostly blacksmiths, none dared to approach him. They had all heard of what he had done to Yao Tao. Instead, they merely inspected the sword resting on his lap with awe in their eyes. The rumors were true. That is truly a flawless sword. The pinnacle of treasures. Heavens! Who is that man? Do you think he created it? Omicron M. There's no way, and nobody could have crafted such a treasure. I doubt even the heavens have the capabilities to do so. The blacksmith stared at the sword with mouths agape, their eyes brimming with wonder and reverence as if they stood before their god. Chapter 1539 Exalted Blacksmith's Return. Chapter 1539 Exalted Blacksmith's Return. 1539 Exalted Blacksmith's Return. Excuse me, can you tell us your name? One of the blacksmiths surrounding Tian Xuan, like a group of hungry pigeons, suddenly asked him. Tian Xuan looked at the man who just spoke and calmly responded, Tian Xuan. Tian Xuan. It sounds familiar, but I can't remember where I heard such a name before. I also find it very familiar, too. Me too. None of the people there recognized his name at first, but it definitely sounded familiar to them. God of Creation showed up shortly after, but nobody there managed to remember where they heard his name. During his time as the Exalted Blacksmith, Tian Xuan rarely mentioned his name, only doing so during his earlier days as the Exalted Blacksmith, hence why nobody there could recall it. When the people there noticed the God of Creation descending to the Grand Elder Summit, they all made room for his landing. God of Creation touched the ground a moment later, landing right before Tian Xuan. However, the God of Creation didn't utter a word even many minutes after his arrival, filling the atmosphere with an awkward silence. With a nonchalant expression on his face, his eyes were fixated on the sword on Tian Xuan's lap. Yet, if one looked closely, one would notice the God of Creation's eyebrows occasionally twitching. God of Creation eventually opened his mouth to speak. Who created that sword? Even the expert blacksmiths present struggled to discern whether the sword was a crafted masterpiece or a natural wonder born from the essence of the world itself, but the God of Creation could tell that it was the former. He'd seen all kinds of treasures in the world, including the best treasures in the world. However, none of them could even begin to compare to the sword in front of him at this very moment. He initially believed the rumors about the sword were exaggerations, but upon seeing it with his own eyes, he realized they had, in fact, underestimated its true value and miraculous nature. Does it really matter who crafted it? Tian Xuan responded. Of course it does. He quickly answered. And what are you going to do with that knowledge, God of Creation? Are you going to give them your position? What? That's... God of Creation immediately fell silent. Whoever crafted this sword definitely had the skills to replace him, but he didn't dare to utter such words out loud. Wait, your voice. God of Creation suddenly had a moment of realization and wore a look of disbelief on his face. You can't be. Tian Xuan stood up and said, this sword was crafted by none other than yours truly, Tian Xuan. Exalted Blacksmith. God of Creation muttered in a shocked tone, feeling all sorts of emotions rushing into him. What? Exalted Blacksmith? The fraud of the era? Everyone there was left speechless after finally realizing Tian Xuan's true identity. But he's not wearing a mask. What does this mean? Why would he expose his face like this? His only saving grace was his unknown identity. Forget about all that. He just claimed to be the creator of that flawless sword. If anyone could craft a sword, it would be someone who performed a flawless God of Creation ceremony. I've always known that he was innocent. Is this the return of the Exalted Blacksmith? Why are you all so quick to believe him? He's a fraud, someone shouted, their voice cutting through the murmurs of admiration. That's right. He's a fraud. That sword is probably fake, too. A fraud, huh? Tian Xuan suddenly chuckled. What's so funny? Oh, it's nothing serious. I just find your stupidity quite funny, so I cracked a chuckle. What do you think, God of Creation? Do you also think my sword is fake because it's too perfect, just like my God of Creation ceremony? I am, by your words, a fraud, after all. God of Creation gritted his teeth and clenched his fists at Tian Xuan's words, but he could not find a proper response. Deep down, he knew the truth. He wanted to refute him, but having already acknowledged his own faults privately, he understood that continuing to deceive himself and slander Tian Xuan would render him truly irredeemable. After a moment of silence, God of Creation spoke, "Let's have a match, Exalted Blacksmith." "That's quite sudden, but I never shy away from a challenge. What do you have in mind?" "We will both perform the God of Creation ceremony again, a slightly modified version of it, and at the same time. For this ceremony, we will be crafting specific treasures to ensure that cheating is impossible. Of course, I will also be providing the materials." Tian Xuan quickly agreed, "It's a bit of a hassle, but I'll do it. However, let's make it more interesting. The winner will have to give up on their most valuable possession. In my case, it would be this sword. If you can beat me, I will give you this sword." Tian Xuan held the sword in front of him with a confident aura surrounding him. The God of Creation swallowed nervously at this enticing offer. However, he had nothing in his possession that could possibly match the sword. Even if he were to give up his title and his entire fortune, it would not be able to compare with the sword. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I shall give you my life." The God of Creation's response surprised not just Tian Xuan but also left the crowd speechless. "What are you trying to achieve? Atone for your crimes of slandering me?" Tian Xuan asked, his voice laced with curiosity. "I'll give you an answer if you can defeat me." "Very well. And a heads up, I have no intention of stopping you if you truly want to give up your life because I have no sympathy for those who wronged me, so be prepared to die once you lose to me," Tian Xuan said. The God of Creation calmly nodded, seemingly undisturbed by his words. "Then I'll give you the date and location of our match later," he said the following moment. Chapter 1540 Unparalleled Speed. Chapter 1540 Unparalleled Speed. 1540 Unparalleled Speed. News of Tian Xuan's return and his upcoming match with the God of Creation spread through the 9 heavens like wildfire, igniting curiosity and excitement among cultivators and blacksmiths alike. "What? The Exalted Blacksmith has returned? What happened to him being a fraud? I guess that's why the God of Creation challenged him to a match, to determine whether he is truly a fraud or not. The Exalted Blacksmith revealed his identity? How do we know that he's not in disguise? So the Exalted Blacksmith is the creator of the flawless sword. It all makes sense now." A few weeks later, the God of Creation announced the time and place for their competition. "Our match will take place at the Astral Holy Grounds exactly 10 years from now. There will be no time for preparations once the God of Creation ceremony begins, but you have 10 years to prepare." Tian Xuan acknowledged the match and vanished from the world for the next 10 years. As Tian Xuan's match with the God of Creation grew closer, countless influential figures and powerful backgrounds made their way to the Astral Holy Grounds. The Astral Holy Grounds, a unique location beyond the 9 heavens, was accessible only to those capable of traversing the starry sky, making attendance at their match a rare privilege reserved for the most powerful or resourceful cultivators. Fortunately for those unable to travel but eager to witness the historic event, a special treasure would broadcast the match to the entire world, ensuring everyone could watch the legendary match unfold. When Tian Xuan arrived at the Astral Holy Grounds, he was greeted by a massive sea of influential people. No matter where he looked, he would recognize at least several of them with a glance. Hell, even the Celestial Emperor was present. Of course, the ancient Anvil Association and Yao Tao, with his new physical body, were also there. When Yao Tao sensed Tian Xuan's gaze on him, his body instinctively reacted, trembling in fear. Sometime later, Tian Xuan and the God of Creation approached the large area where their stations had already been prepared. Before they started the match, the Celestial Emperor entered the stage as an announcer and said, "We have all gathered here today to witness the God of Creation and Exalted Blacksmith's competition. Both contestants will be performing a slightly altered version of the God of Creation ceremony. Just like the original ceremony, they have 100 attempts to craft as many celestial-grade treasures as they can. However, they both must craft the treasure using the materials provided to them, so they cannot craft whatever they want. In the God of Creation ceremony, participants could craft any treasures they desired from the materials they selected and choose the type of weapon they desired to make. This flexibility made the traditional ceremony less challenging than the altered version, where they were restricted on the materials they used, as well as the type of treasures they could craft from them. Before we begin this competition, our contestants will give a brief speech. The god of creation stepped forward and began speaking after the celestial emperor gave him a nod. I will keep my speech brief. As some, if not most of you, have already heard, if I lose this match, I will forfeit my life. You may be wondering why I decided to gamble my life in such a manner. There are several reasons, but I will only tell you one. If Exalted Blacksmith defeats me, it means he was not a fraud, and I was mistaken the entire time. To slander someone who performed a flawless god of creation ceremony, I can only atone with my life. The spectators immediately began mumbling to each other. If the Exalted Blacksmith turns out to be innocent and his god of creation ceremony was legit, the ancient Anvil Association is done for. Nobody will ever trust them again. The Exalted Blacksmith is definitely innocent. I've believed in him since day one. Tian spoke next. I only have one reason for accepting his challenge, to prove my innocence. If I lose this competition, I will give God of Creation my masterpiece, this sword right here. When Tian revealed the sword, countless gasps echoed through the crowd. Sword enthusiasts were literally drooling at the sight of such perfection, their hands itching with an almost unbearable urge to touch and inspect the masterpiece before them. The Celestial Emperor was no different. Despite his vast collection of treasures, none could compare to the sword crafted by Tian. Tian continued, with that said, God of Creation's life alone won't be able to make this a fair gamble, so I will be taking every treasure crafted from this God of Creation ceremony. Tian's words were quite arrogant, but nobody could refute his claims, not even the God of Creation himself. Sometime later, Tian and the God of Creation went to their workstations. Let the match between God of Creation and Exalted Blacksmith begin. The Celestial Emperor announced. Tian grabbed the first set of materials. There were signs beside the materials with the required type of treasure, and his first treasure would be a spear. Once he took a moment to examine the materials, Tian immediately began refining them. Unbeknownst to the world, Tian's smithing skills experienced a profound evolution after he successfully crafted his masterpiece. With his current skills, celestial-grade treasures were no different than spirit-grade treasures. A few hours later, while the God of Creation was still refining his materials, Tian finished his first treasure. No way, he's already done? It's only been 4 hours since he began. Impossible. He must be cheating. Are you fucking stupid? Almost every expert in the 9 heavens is present, including the Celestial Emperor himself. Even if he dared to cheat, I do not believe he can evade the detection of so many experts. 4 hours, what the hell is this? Is he crafting celestial-grade treasures or spirit-grade treasures? At this rate, he'll finish all 100 celestial-grade treasures before the God of Creation can finish a single treasure. God of Creation was so focused on his work that he didn't realize Tian had already finished his first treasure. Tian quickly moved on to his second treasure and, a few hours later, finished it within 3 hours. My God! He's gotten even faster. Some people can't even comprehend just how amazing of a feat it is to lower even a single minute, much less an entire hour. Ding! 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 Tian's hammer swung with such speed that, to onlookers, his arms seemed frozen in time. How fast is he hammering the materials? Although I hear a steady rhythm, he's obviously hammering it much faster. What kind of phenomenon is this? 2 hours later, Tian finished his third treasure, lowering his time by another hour. Heavens! The Celestial Emperor and the other powerhouses were all left stunned by Tian's ridiculous crafting speed. While they were certain that Tian was not cheating, they struggled to accept the existence of such unparalleled talent. Desperately, they scrutinized every detail in his movements, hoping to find something to discredit him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they could not find anything sketchy about Tian's work. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith, who was present at the ceremony, sighed to himself, He's truly ahead of our time by countless years. Such unrivaled talents, you can only be envious about it. Star-forging Blacksmith spoke with a bittersweet smile. After crafting his 10th treasure, Tian Xuan sped up a little more, now requiring only a single hour to finish a treasure. Surely, he cannot go any faster than this, right? At this rate, he'll finish this ceremony in less than a week. 4 days later, Tian Xuan started working on his final treasure. Meanwhile, the god of creation was still trying to refine the materials for his first treasure. It was evident who was destined to win this competition long before Tian Xuan even completed his second treasure. Yet, no one intervened on behalf of the god of creation. Instead, they all pitted him. Having staked his very life on this contest, they were essentially witnessing the final moments of the god of creation. Unfortunately, his final moments were neither grand nor something to be celebrated. The once mighty god of creation was humbled, his greatness eclipsed by the brilliance of Tian Xuan's otherworldly talent. Half an hour later, Tian Xuan completed his 100th treasure, marking the end of his god of creation ceremony. He had somehow surpassed his previous flawless ceremony, achieving the impossible by elevating perfection to an even higher realm. As Tian Xuan finished his last treasure, the entire world fell silent, as if time itself had frozen in awe of his achievement. Tian Xuan placed his hammer down and turned to look at the god of creation, who was still hammering away, oblivious to the fact that the ceremony had already concluded. Tian Xuan shook his head and approached the god of creation, stopping right in front of his anvil. With Tian Xuan standing directly in front of him, the god of creation couldn't help but notice him, even in his state of deep immersion in his work. "Bastard, what are you trying to do? Are you giving up already because you know you can't beat me?" The god of creation stopped hammering and roared at Tian Xuan. Tian Xuan shrugged and said, "The competition's already over. However, I won't stop you if you wish to finish your ceremony. That way, you'll get to spend a few more decades doing what you love before you die." "What?" The god of creation looked at him with disbelief. Chapter 1541 Defeating the God of Creation. Chapter 1541 Defeating the God of Creation. 1541 Defeating the God of Creation. Why, you're done with the ceremony? That's impossible. It's only been several days since we started. God of Creation didn't even have to look at Tian Xuan's workstation to know that he was farting. Tian Xuan's expression remained calm as he spoke. "You really don't learn, do you? If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself." He gestured at his completed treasures on display. The god of creation didn't want to entertain Tian Xuan and his nonsense, but he had to take a look. When he turned his head to Tian Xuan's workstation, he could not see any materials. On Tian Xuan's display were 100 celestial-grade treasures, all of them following their own specifications. Clang! The god of creation dropped his hammer from shock after seeing this. He turned to look at the audience. They all wore expressions of defeat, a sorrowful aura hanging around them as if they were mourning a profound loss, his imminent death. While the god of creation lamented in silence, Tian Xuan spoke, "Even though it's your loss, I won't personally kill you, nor do I really care if you actually honor your own words. You can continue to live after this, but you will forever be known as a coward and slanderer for the rest of your life." Tian Xuan no longer paid attention to the god of creation and turned to look at the Yao Tao, who was seated with several elders of the ancient Anvil Association, and said out loud, "Are you going to claim that I had cheated this competition, too? Are you going to slander my name and call me a fraud to cover up what you've done in the past?" Yao Tao and the elders lowered their heads in shame, not daring to talk back. With their credibility lost and their slander now exposed to so many people, the ancient Anvil Association was essentially finished. Moreover, after Tian Xuan's performance today, nobody would dare to offend him, who could churn out celestial-grade treasures like candy. The Celestial Emperor approached Tian Xuan once it became clear that the god of creation had given up, not that it would have made a difference even if he continued. "Congratulations on becoming the next god of creation, Exalted Blacksmith." However, Tian Xuan shook his head and said, "I have no intention of accepting that position." Seeing the confused look on the Celestial Emperor's face, he explained, I came back as the Exalted Blacksmith to clear my name, that's all. I have no intention of working as a blacksmith again. No way. With your talents, it'd be an immense waste of talents. Heaven and Earth Blacksmith suddenly stood up and exclaimed. Why did you become a blacksmith in the first place? The Celestial Emperor asked. Tian Xuan showed his sword and said, I started my journey as a blacksmith to craft the perfect weapon, and I have achieved my ambition. The Celestial Emperor swallowed nervously. With the sword so close to him, he had a strong urge to grab it from Tian Xuan. What do you plan on doing now that you've retired? I could offer you a position within the Celestial Palace. The Celestial Emperor said. I'm going to relax at home for a bit, hopefully with some company. Then, I'll begin my next project, whatever that may be. Tian Xuan proceeded to collect all of the treasures he'd crafted. Then, without giving the audience any more of his attention, he disappeared into the distance. The audience remained silent even after Tian Xuan left. As for the god of creation, he continued to sit before his anvil in silence, his thoughts unknown. After leaving the astral holy grounds, Tian Xuan returned to his own world. Over the next several years, the world would not stop talking about Tian Xuan's match against the god of creation, who disappeared after their competition and vanished from the world, never to be seen or heard from again. Nobody knew what happened to him. Some speculated that he'd killed himself in isolation, while others speculated that he chickened out and couldn't kill himself and changed his identity. As for the Ancient Anvil Association, they were disbanded when everyone lost faith in them. Many blacksmiths blamed the association for Tian Xuan's early retirement and refused to collaborate with them. Countless blacksmiths tore up their contracts and discarded them outside the association's headquarters. The Ancient Anvil Association, one of the oldest establishments for blacksmiths, ended because they slandered a single man, and nobody felt sorry for them. With the god of creation gone and Tian Xuan refusing the title, the position became awkwardly vacant. Despite being qualified, neither the star-forging blacksmith nor the relentless blacksmith stepped forward to claim it. When asked about it, they simply said they were not worthy of it, especially when Tian Xuan still existed. In the end, people gave Tian Xuan a new title as the god of refinement due to his ridiculous material refining speed. As for Xuan, it became clear to everyone that she had been right all along. Tian Xuan was indeed innocent. Although her methods had been extreme, few blamed her for her actions. The unrivaled Nine Swords sect publicly announced their willingness to welcome her back into the sect, but they never heard from Xuan again. 9 years after Tian Xuan defeated the god of creation and cleared his name, he sensed a presence appearing inside his world. Omicron M. He greeted the presence with a gentle smile. It's been a while, Xuan. I'm sorry to show up in this pathetic state. She sighed, still in her soul form. It's all good. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried that I might never see you again. Really? You don't hate me? Even though I've done such horrible things? What's so horrible about trying to clear my name? So what if you've killed some people? They deserved it for slandering me. Tian Xuan shrugged. Xuan, thank you. Xuan said in a trembling voice. Chapter 1542 Empyrean Overlord's True Name. Chapter 1542 Empyrean Overlord's True Name 1542 Empyrean Overlord's True Name. What's your plan now? Tian Xuan asked Xuan sometime later. I don't know yet, but I'll let you know once I think of something. In the meantime, let me see your sword. I've been dying to take a look at it ever since I heard about it. Xuan said, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Of course. Tian Xuan retrieved his sword and held it before Xuan. Oh, even without a body, Xuan could feel her entire existence trembling from excitement. Once her excitement calmed down a little, she noticed the sword emitting a strange aura, almost as though it was trying to charm her soul. However, after examining it for a little longer, she felt that something was off about it, and she couldn't pinpoint why she was feeling this way. It's definitely an otherworldly sword without equal, and don't misunderstand me for saying this, Xuan muttered after a moment, but it feels like there's something missing. It just doesn't feel complete, somehow. Xuan braced herself for Tian Qiuan's reprimand, but to her surprise, he simply smiled at her. If anyone could tell, I knew it would be you, Xuan. Tian Qiuan chuckled. Despite the multitude of admirers and expert blacksmiths who had seen the sword, none had noticed the subtle flaw that Xuan pointed out. Huh. I was right? Xuan muttered in a dazed voice. Tian Qiuan nodded and said, Indeed, you're right. As you pointed out, while the sword is finished, it's not truly complete. It's missing one key element, but this element isn't something that can be forged or crafted. What do you think this element is? Take a guess. Xuan stared at the sword in silence. However, no matter how much she thought about it, the answer eluded her. I can't think of anything. The answer is a soul. Tian Qiuan answered a moment later. A soul? Like a human soul? Although I said soul, it's not the type you're thinking about. It's an extremely rare phenomenon, but did you know that given enough time and spiritual energy, natural plants and herbs can develop into sentient spirits with their own consciousness? Tian Qiuan asked. Yes, I am aware of that. Treasures are the same. They, too, have the capability to form their own consciousness. When they do, they become soul weapons, a weapon with its own soul. However, not all treasures can become soul weapons. As for those that have the capability, one can only wait for them to turn into a soul weapon naturally. Tian Qiuan then continued, this sword, it's an artificial soul weapon, a soulless one. While it doesn't have a soul right now, it has the capability to house a soul and grow together with it. An artificial soul weapon. That's crazy, but what advantage does it provide that a natural soul weapon cannot? Well, for starters, once a natural soul weapon's spirit dies, the weapon loses its powers alongside the spirit. As for my sword, it won't lose its powers or be destroyed even without a spirit because it came into existence without one. And since the sword won't be destroyed without a spirit, we can always change out the spirit for whatever reason. Xuan listened to Tian Qiuan's words as she stared at the beautiful sword. Would a human soul be compatible with it? She suddenly asked. A human soul, huh? Since a spirit's soul is almost indistinguishable from a human soul, I think it would work. Tian Qiuan said. I have decided what I want to do. Qiuan, let me become this sword's spirit, she spoke in a serious tone. What? Tian Qiuan stared at her with wide eyes. The sword is incomplete right now because it doesn't have a soul, right? Then, allow me to complete it. I have always wanted to become one with your swords, so this is exactly what I've been waiting for. But you're a human who spent most of your life living in this vast world. Are you really fine with throwing away all of that just to spend your life inside a sword as a spirit? Tian Qiuan hesitated to make Xuan the spirit of his sword. I am. I can continue growing stronger with the sword, right? And it's not like I have to spend the rest of my life inside the sword since it can continue to operate without a spirit. Omicron M. Tian Qiuan sighed, if that's what you really want, I won't stop you. And it's true. If you ever change your mind, you can come out of the sword and return to living as a human. Then it's decided. I want to be together with you as your sword. This will fulfill both of my dreams at once, just like killing two birds with one stone. Xuan always wanted to remain by Tian Qiuan's side, but her position within the unrivaled nine-sword sect made that difficult. Now that she'll be living inside his sword, she'll be able to follow him wherever he goes. However, promise me something. Xuan suddenly said. What is it? That you'll never let another soul dwell inside this sword for as long as I exist. As long as you wish to remain inside the sword, I promise that I won't let anyone else take your spot. Tian Qiuan nodded. By the way, what's this sword's name? Tian Qiuan smiled and said, I thought you'd never ask. Since it's a treasure that stands above all treasures under heaven, I named it number 1 under heaven. Number 1 under heaven. What an arrogant yet fitting name. It's perfect. Sometime later, Xuan entered number 1 under heaven, completing Tian Qiuan's masterpiece. I remember everything now, Xuan. Yuan exclaimed as the sword spirit's aura reached its peak. Xuan's body trembled after hearing her name, and her aura began to simmer down. Yuan raised the Empyrean Overlord and mumbled to it, I apologize for not remembering you sooner, number 1 under heaven. Ding. Chapter 1543 Number 1 under heaven. Chapter 1543 Number 1 under heaven 1543 Number 1 under heaven, so you've remembered everything, huh? Xuan pointed her finger at him in a threatening manner. Not literally everything as Tian Qiuan, but I remember how we met, about the god of creation ceremony, about being slandered and clearing my name, and how you became the spirit of number 1 under heaven. Then you remember our promise, right? That you'd never let another soul dwell within my sword for as long as I exist, she growled, her anger palpable. Yes. I remember, and I'm sorry for breaking that promise. I have no excuse, even though I only recovered Tian Qiuan's memories just now. However, can you hear me out for a moment? I'll give you 1 minute to explain yourself. Xuan replied after a moment of silence. Thank you. Yuan immediately explained the situation to her. Sometime later, Xuan spoke after grasping the situation. I understand the situation now, but that doesn't mean I have to accept it. You tossed them into your soul weapons so you could bring them out of the Shadow Realm, but now that they're out of the Shadow Realm, they no longer have any reason to stay inside. Now give me back my home before I go in there and remove you myself. I can't promise you'll be in one piece by the time I am finished. Knowing Xuan's character and how much number 1 under heaven meant to her, he had no doubt that she would actually carry out her own threat. Yuan quickly pondered for a solution. Since the soul weapon could only house one soul at a time and he didn't have another unoccupied soul weapon, there was only one place for Yuning to stay. It's okay, young master. I will come out. Since we're outside the Shadow Realm, it's true that I no longer need to stay inside, and this is her home, after all. Yuning's voice suddenly said. And without waiting for Yuan to respond, Yuning emerged from number 1 under heaven. Unlike Xuan, who was in perfect shape and looked like an actual human, Yuning's soul resembled a small, ethereal cloud. Humph. Xuan immediately entered number 1 under heaven. Ding. 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 Number 1 under heaven, level, max, rank, soul weapon, growth rate? Requirement, can only be wielded by player Yuan. Description, the god of refinement's masterpiece. It is the pinnacle of swords and treasures with unfathomable prowess. Unique ability, weakened when wielding number 1 under heaven, all sword techniques will have their power amplified by 100,000%. Unique ability, 2 constantly devours the chi of your targets after a successful hit, replenishing your own chi. Omicron M, unique ability, 3 number 1 under heaven's size and weight can be altered according to the user's desire. Chi consumption increases based on the size and weight gained. Unique ability, for when number 1 under heaven is out, all swords in the vicinity will have their powers sealed. Unique ability, 5 sealed. Unique ability, 9 sealed. 5 out of 9 of number 1 under heaven's unique abilities were inaccessible due to the restriction. I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but what's with your pathetic cultivation base? You won't be able to use me at my full potential at your current level. It's a miracle you managed to come this far inside the Vanishing Valley. Xuan's voice resounded from the sword. I know. I'm working on it. Humph. If I hadn't restricted most of number 1 under heaven's power before it fully awakened, your body would have exploded just from touching it. Anyway, do you remember how to use me? I do, but right now, Yuan turned to look at Yuning and said, you can stay inside my dantian. What? Are you insane? Xuan responded before Yuning could. How can you let a stranger enter your dantian so easily? If she wants to destroy your Dantian, there's nothing you can do to stop her. Due to a Dantian's unique properties, it was possible to let living beings reside within them. Xiaohua and Yuan's other servants were perfect examples of this phenomenon, as they would stay inside his Dantian whenever they entered his body. However, unlike Xiaohua and the others who couldn't harm Yuan due to their master and servant status, Yuning, who was not bound by any contract, posed a different story. This made her presence within the Dantian potentially dangerous, as she could destroy his Dantian while inside. Even though I haven't known Yuning for long, I trust her enough to let her stay within my Dantian, Yuan said with a calm smile. Young master, to go through such lengths for me. I am eternally grateful, Yuning spoke, her voice trembling with emotion. And she continued, with heaven as my witness, I swear upon my soul that I will never harm you for as long as I live, or may the heavens shatter my soul. A profound aura enveloped Yuning's soul as she finished speaking, signifying that her oath had been heard and was now in effect. If Yuning were to harm Yuan from this moment forth, her soul would be shattered. You didn't need to do that, but thank you for doing so, Yuan said. Once I regain my body, I will definitely serve you properly, young master. Yuning said as she entered his Dantian. Chapter 1544 Zixian Stash. Chapter 1544 Zixian Stash 1544 Zixian Stash. Now then. Zixian, let's talk about your situation. Why are you staying in the Vanishing Valley, possessing that giant sword? Yuan turned his focus to Zixian now that Yuning's issue was resolved. Good question. Unfortunately, I do not know. Or, more precisely, I don't remember. When I woke up, I found myself already inside the Vanishing Valley, and not wanting my soul to degrade, I had to possess a treasure, and this giant sword happened to be nearby. You don't remember? Then do you remember what you did before losing consciousness? I have a faint recollection of engaging in a battle, but the specifics elude me. I can't recall the circumstances that led to the fight or who or what I was up against, she confessed. Is that so? Yuan mumbled with a pondering face. Oh, but I do remember you telling me something right before I lost consciousness. Wait for me, you said, and so I did, for countless years. Sorry for making you wait so long, you can make it up to me with some intense sex later, Zixian casually said. Xiaohua lifted an eyebrow at Zixian's words. Yuning wondered to herself, a sword spirit having intercourse with a human? Is that even possible? Unbeknownst to Yuning, Zixian was originally human. However, after spending countless years as a sword spirit, her soul experienced a profound transformation that turned her into a hybrid of sorts, the first of its kind. Then did the previous me tell you anything about what I should do? Yuan then asked. They always say the same time, just let fate take its course. Of course, why did I even ask? Yuan shook his head at his own foolishness. What about you, Zixian? Do you have any goals or purpose at the moment? I only have one purpose, to protect and serve you as your sword. Unfortunately, due to your insufficient cultivation base, I have to suppress my cultivation base and restrict number 1 under heaven's true potential, which will make protecting you a lot more difficult. However, unless you run into an immortal or something, there won't be a problem. Yuan nodded. Now that I've done everything I need to in here, let's get out of this ominous place. Wait. Before you leave, you should take the monster cores I have collected over the years from killing magical beasts that tried to challenge me. I put them right underneath the giant sword. They will benefit your cultivation greatly if you consume them. Zixian suddenly said. Okay. Yuan flew toward the giant sword. Did I hear that right? You can consume monster cores? Yuning doubted her ears. Yes, I have a unique physique that allows me to do so. Just what kind of existence are you, young master? Yuning muttered in a dazed voice. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the base of the giant sword, where a mountain of monster cores was stashed out in the open. The sight of so many cores piled together was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Furthermore, more than half of these monster cores belong to immortal-level magical beasts. I won't have to worry about raising my cultivation base for a while. Yuan swallowed nervously. Then he remembered that he was cursed by the Celestial Emperor, so these monster cores would lose 99% of their effects. If it weren't for the curse, my cultivation could probably shoot straight to true immortal with this many monster cores and complete one of the requirements to unlock heaven's supremacy, he sighed inwardly. Speaking of heaven's supremacy. Now that I have number 1 under heaven, maybe I can defeat a divine emperor-level magical beast and get that task finished. Moreover, I have Immortal Monarch's Dominion, which will surely make things easier. After putting away the monster cores into his spatial ring, Yuan immediately went around looking for a magical beast with a cultivation of Divine Emperor, which was exactly 9 realms above Spirit King. Xian continued chatting with him as he traveled. Hey, what's your current life like? And what's our situation looking like? Yuan proceeded to explain about his new life on Earth, the existence of cultivation online, and his current situation. Omicron cultivation online, huh? What an interesting concept the Celestial Emperor had crafted. I'm also interested in your world. Let me see it the next time you return. Yuning also listened with great interest. As for Xiaohua, she couldn't comprehend Yuan's words, nor did she find anything weird about it. To her, it was akin to trying to comprehend an unknown scripture even though she understood the words themselves. A few days later, Yuan encountered a magical beast at the first level of Divine Sovereign, which was stronger than his initial target. However, he figured that he'd try to defeat it. He approached the magical beast in a calm manner and used Immortal Monarch's Dominion on it. You are forbidden from moving until I say so. The magical beast's movements immediately stopped. However, it quickly started moving again after a few seconds, albeit extremely slow and stiff. Is my cultivation not strong enough to command them perfectly? Yuan wondered to himself. He used Immortal Monarch's Dominion on it again, resetting the effects. Then, with number 1 under heaven in his grasp, Yuan activated God of War's astral arts before using 9 supreme swords. With number 1 under heaven's unique ability, 9 supreme swords' power increased by 100,000%. With 9 strikes in total, the first strike was powerful enough to kill a divine warrior instantly. The second strike could annihilate a divine master in one blow. The third strike could defeat a divine grandmaster, while the fourth strike was potent enough to kill a divine lord. The 9 supreme swords' fifth strike was powerful enough to obliterate a divine king. However, it took the 7th strike to defeat a divine emperor. As for a divine sovereign magical beast, the 8th strike heavily injured it, with the 9th and final strike killing it. With a single technique that delivered 9 consecutive attacks, each more powerful than the last, Yuan managed to defeat a magical beast 10 realms above his own cultivation with relative ease. Chapter 1545 Leaving Vanishing Valley. Chapter 1545 Leaving Vanishing Valley 1545 Leaving Vanishing Valley Ding. Defying logic with overwhelming strength, all damage dealt to magical beasts will be increased by 1,000%. Yuan looked at number 1 under heaven after defeating the magical beast with ease. The difference between its unawakened form and awakened form is night and day. Their strength is simply incomparable. I haven't felt this powerful since heaven's supremacy. He muttered to himself. You think it is powerful right now? Just wait until you can use its full potential. This isn't even 10% of its true power. Xian said. Not even 10%? Yuning swallowed nervously. This was her first time witnessing anyone fight and defeat a magical beast 10 realms above their own cultivation. Yet, Yuan managed to do it with relative ease, leaving her in awe of his godlike prowess. Since I am already here, I might as well test out number 1 under heaven a little more, Yuan said before going to find his next target. Sometime later, he encountered a divine grandmaster-level magical beast with a body that was several times larger than an adult elephant. After halting its movements with Immortal Monarch's Dominion, Yuan activated number 1 under heaven's 3rd unique ability. Then, as though it was a balloon, number 1 under heaven began growing in size until it was 150 meters long. Since number 1 under heaven was too large to hold, Yuan used Qi manifestation to wield it, levitating it in the air. However, despite its increased size, its weight remained the same, but that didn't remain the same for long, as Yuan increased its weight until it was as heavy as a mountain of steel. Then, he swung it at the magical beast, cleaving its large body cleanly in half. After killing the magical beast, Yuan reverted the sword's size but kept its weight the same. However, it still felt as light as a feather in his hand, as if the sword's increased weight didn't affect him. Sometime later, Yuan found a magical beast only at the level of a spirit sovereign. Without using Immortal Monarch's dominion on it, he struck its body with number 1 under heaven without killing it and only injuring it with a superficial wound. After inflicting the injury, Yuan could feel number 1 under heaven absorbing the magical beast's spiritual energy through the wound before replenishing his cultivation with the spiritual energy it absorbed. It's absorbing much more than ID anticipated. Number 1 under heaven was absorbing enough spiritual energy to completely deplete a spirit king's cultivation base within seconds, causing them to suffer from cultivation deprivation. Just how many unique abilities does your sword have? Yuning couldn't help but ask. A typical treasure would only have 1 unique ability, with the higher quality ones having 2. Even the most powerful celestial grade treasures in the world would not have more than 3 unique abilities. Number 1 under heaven has 9 unique abilities. Xuan responded in a prideful tone. 9? Yuning was shocked to learn this information. And it will learn more as it continues to evolve. Number 1 under heaven is a unique treasure that does not have a limit. It's truly a weapon with unlimited potential. Is it a natural weapon, or was it crafted by someone? Yuning asked out of curiosity. It was crafted by none other than the person you're dwelling within, who was once known as the god of refinement. Both his reputation and skill surpasses even the god of creation. That was in the past, in one of my past lives. Yuan calmly said. Huh? How many past lives do you have? Yuning was baffled to learn that he had more than one incredible incarnation. I don't know the exact number. Do you, Xuan? Yuan turned to her. You rarely talked about your past, so no. However, while I don't know much about the lives before Tian Xuan, I know he had reincarnated 3 more times afterward, not including your current one. They are Tian Exalted, Tian Kai, and Tian Yingzhe. Tian Exalted. That's the Sword Emperor and the Lord. Tian Kai is the one who taught the Zither goddess. Who is Tian Yingzhe? Yuan only recognized 2 of the 3 names provided by Xuan. Tian Exalted was the identity of the nameless emperor, also known as the Sword Emperor. Tian Kai excelled in music and also taught the Zither goddess. However, he didn't recognize Tian Yingzhe at all. He could be the Celestial Overlord's founder or a brand new identity that I have not discovered yet. What do you know about Tian Yingzhe? Sorry, but I don't remember anything besides his name. I have more memories missing besides the moment before I lost consciousness and appeared in the Vanishing Valley. However, I think I will remember everything soon since I've been regaining bits and pieces of my memories about 2 decades ago. Xuan said. It's fine. We can learn a lot with just a name. Once he was satisfied with his testing, Yuan flew without stopping until he left the Vanishing Valley with Xuan's help, as his divine sense was not strong enough to see through the natural illusion that prevented people from leaving the place. It feels great to leave that place finally. I was beginning to wonder if I would ever leave. Xuan sighed once they were outside Vanishing Valley. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with the Black Death anymore. That thing was a menace. That thing? You can damage it with Supreme Sword Aura, Xuan suddenly revealed. I just learned Enhanced Sword Aura. It'll be a while before I learn Supreme Sword Aura. You can also damage it with number 1 under heaven, once you unlock its unique ability that allows you to cut through anything, including Black Death. However, you'll have to reach Spirit Enlightenment to unlock it. Spirit Enlightenment, huh? Good to know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Chapter 1546 Returning to the Third Heaven. Chapter 1546 Returning to the Third Heaven. 1546 Returning to the Third Heaven. After leaving Vanishing Valley, Xuan asked him, "What do you plan on doing now?" "I'm going to descend to the third heaven for a while." "What's happening down there?" "Nothing. I'm just meeting up with a friend." "Is that so?" "Anyway, I'm going to slumber for a bit, as I haven't been able to relax at home for countless years now. Don't bring me out unless you're in danger." "All right. Get some good rest, Xuan," Yuan said before putting her away. Even in its suppressed form, number 1 under heaven was incredibly overpowered and definitely not necessary for the fourth heaven, let alone the third heaven. "Welcome back, my liege." Dong Ye's voice suddenly resounded. "It appears that you've reunited with Lady Z and managed to awaken your sword's true appearance. Did you know Xuan was in the Vanishing Valley this whole time?" Yuan suddenly asked. "No, my liege. I was only aware that a powerful sword spirit existed within the Vanishing Valley. Although I had my suspicions, I could never confirm it." Yuan nodded. "Anyway, I'm going to make a quick trip to the third heaven. Watch over my friends while I am gone." Naturally. Yuan made his way back to the Black Fog City for their teleportation device. From there, he teleported to the city closest to the stairway to heaven. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the stairway to heaven. Instead of immediately entering the stairway to heaven, Yuan admired it from outside. Stairway to heaven. He vaguely recalled crafting the stairway to heaven as Tian to make traveling between the 9 heavens more convenient. Before the stairway to heaven came into existence, cultivators had to traverse the vast starry sky to travel between realms, rendering the notion of journeying from one heaven to another much less accessible. Each journey, depending on one's starting point and destination, could take years, if not decades. The arduous and perilous voyages deterred many, making travel between heavens a rare and significant endeavor reserved for the powerful and privileged. Realizing this, Tian crafted the stairway to heaven, allowing everyone the privilege of traversing the 9 heavens. In the beginning, the stairway to heaven was only used as a means of travel. However, nowadays, it has become a trial of sorts for those in the lower heavens who wish for a better and more challenging life in the upper heavens. Those who successfully ascend are often regarded with great respect and seen as worthy of the higher realms' opportunities and challenges. As for who decided to turn the stairway to heaven into a trial, it was the Celestial Emperor, who wanted to regulate travel within the 9 heavens so the upper heavens were not overpopulated, allowing the natural resources there to remain abundant. As for the lower heavens, while they may have fewer resources, they don't have to worry about any immortals wreaking havoc. Tian had no problem letting the Celestial Emperor control the stairway to heaven either. It was only natural to let the ruler of 9 heavens have authority over such issues, and not doing so might spark another war. Even if he handed control over to the Celestial Emperor, he was still the ultimate decision-maker as its creator, and he could regain full control whenever he wanted. Furthermore, he saw this as an opportunity to turn the stairway to heaven into a training ground for his future reincarnations. Yuan entered the stairway to heaven after admiring his own creation for a minute. "Welcome back, Master." Tian greeted him inside. "Are you already ascending to the 5th heaven?" "No, I am going to visit the 3rd heaven." "I understand. Please have a safe journey." Tian didn't ask any questions and created a staircase that went down instead of going up like usual. "Thank you." Yuan didn't say anything else and began his descent. Typically, after receiving approval, one must pay the lord of their respective heaven a significant amount of resources before they can descend. The only exception is for those traveling under the orders of the Celestial Emperor, such as the envoys sent to the lower heavens to find Yuan. Moreover, one would have their cultivation restricted to the limits of their destination to control the damage that could be done while there. Fortunately, Yuan's cultivation was still well within the limits of 3rd heaven, so he didn't need to worry about his cultivation being a problem. An hour later, Yuan emerged from the stairway to heaven, arriving at the 3rd heaven. "I'll be right back." Yuan logged off shortly after to contact Bai Lianhua. Since Yuning dwelled within Yuan's Dantian, she was unable to travel to Earth and was forced to enter a slumbering state after he logged off. The same went for Xiaohua. Yes, I've arrived in the third heaven. Meet me at the nearest myriad of techniques. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Yuan returned to cultivation online the next moment. Looks like I'm unable to go to Earth with you while I am in your Dantian. I guess it makes sense since I technically have two bodies, and you're in my other Bodis Dantian. Meanwhile, soul weapons are connected to one's soul, so I can bring it out no matter which body I am using. The Spirit Avatar Array and the Soul Transference Array, huh? They were classified as level 8 formations during my time, but even I cannot perform them despite being a level 8 array master, so they're definitely level 9 formations. I cannot imagine how powerful the array master who performed these two formations on such a massive scale may be, but they're definitely powerful enough to be the god of formations. The god of formations, huh? What does it take to become one? Well, while the position of god of formation existed during my time, nobody was actually good enough to claim that title. To even have the chance to be the god of formation, you need to be able to create a level 9 formation that was considered the most complex and difficult formation in existence, the chaotic heaven and earth formation. It's an unfathomably powerful formation that has flawless offensive and defensive capabilities. The chaotic heaven and earth formation. I have heard of it. It was used by the first celestial emperor when I fought him as the evil god, and it was very annoying to deal with. Yuan casually muttered. Huh? Excuse me? What did you just say? That I fought the first celestial emperor as the evil god? Oh, right. I didn't tell you guys yet. Why you were the evil god in one of your previous lives? Why didn't you say this sooner? Yuning exclaimed in a shocked voice. Well, now you know. Yuan smiled. Yuning fell silent the next moment, almost as though she was trying to figure out how she should react to this shocking revelation. Yuan made it all the way to the myriad of techniques in complete silence. Bai Lianhua was standing outside when he arrived. Sorry, did you wait long? Bai Lianhua shook her head and smiled. No, I just got here myself. Let's go inside. Once inside, Yuan brought her straight to the highest floor and said, all right, go pick whatever techniques you want. Are you sure about this? She asked, still hesitant to accept such a gift from him. What are you saying now? Go and get some techniques for your faction. Also, you can take your time. I'll also be looking around. Okay, Bai Lianhua left the next moment to wander the place while Yuan also went to check out the techniques. While he doesn't need any for himself, he figured that he might as well acquire a few for his faction. Yet, even after looking through the entire floor, Yuan was unable to find any decent techniques. Although most people would consider the techniques at myriad of techniques above standard, they were merely so in Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, a voice resounded inside his head. I see that you've returned from the Vanishing Valley in one piece, Yuan. I'm relieved. Anyway, can I have a moment of your time right now? I have some urgent information for you. Senior Bai's voice resounded. I'll be right there. Yuan went to find Bai Lianhua to let her know that he'd be gone for a bit before going to Senior Bai's world. What's wrong, Senior Bai? Yuan asked after meeting up with him. This is about the escaped immortals. Do you remember the third immortal who managed to escape into the lower heavens? Well, we found the immortal in the fourth heaven, where you currently are. The fourth heaven, so what's going to happen now? There are already experts chasing after this immortal, but their hands are somewhat tied because they don't want to cause too much damage in the fourth heaven. This escaped immortal, do they have their full cultivation? Yuan asked. No, their cultivation will be suppressed because of the heavenly law. However, they won't be fully suppressed, so this immortal is still strong enough to wreak havoc within the fourth heaven. Yuan began pondering. Since this immortal has their cultivation restricted, he might be able to finish the task that required him to defeat a cultivator 9 realms above his own. If I happen to run into this immortal, I can kill them, right? He asked. Senior Bai was left speechless by his question. You actually want to fight the immortal? That's reckless, suicidal. I gave you that treasure to detect the immortal's presence not because I want you to fight them but to run away and call for backup instead. I know, but if the immortal is weak enough, I might be able to catch them off guard and kill it in one go, Yuan responded calmly, despite talking about fighting an immortal. Chapter 1547 Tian Yingzhe. Chapter 1547 Tian Yingzhe 1547 Tian Yingzhe. I understand your immense talent and prowess, and I've witnessed the full force of your attacks. But, my dear little friend, these immortals are not like anything you've encountered. They are a force beyond your wildest imagination, and they won't simply stand there to be defeated. I implore you to reconsider your decision. Senior Bei's words carried a weight of urgency, hoping to sway Yuan's determination. Don't worry, Senior Bai. I've grown a lot stronger since my visit to the Vanishing Valley. I am also not as reckless as you think. If I deem the opponent too dangerous, it'll run away. And what if by the time you realize the danger, it's already too late? It would be far wiser to avoid them altogether, Senior Bai sighed, his disappointment evident as he contemplated Yuan's unwavering resolve to face this immortal. If anyone else were in his shoes, they wouldn't even think of such a thing. I guess this is what differentiates the true prodigies from the talented. They are truly incomprehensible beings. There is also a saying that the more talented an individual is, the more they tend to attract danger. Unfortunately, this is also why they tend to perish earlier than others despite having more potential. Normally, Senior Bai would stop trying to persuade Yuan to fight the immortal, but knowing firsthand how dangerous the immortals from the Nine Heavens Eternal Grotto are, he continued trying. The criminals within the Nine Heavens Eternal Grotto, the immortals you're so eager to fight, are arguably even more dangerous than the ones sealed within the primordial realm. They are also much harder to kill than ordinary immortals due to their unique physiques, such as the one within the fourth heaven, who has the shrouded physique, which makes their appearance impossible to perceive even with divine sense. And because you cannot see their body, you won't be able to predict their attacks or attack them effectively. I see. Yuan turned silent with a pondering face, but it wasn't because he was reconsidering fighting the immortal. He was wondering how he could effectively deal with them. Anyway, thank you for warning me about the immortal. I'll keep my eyes out for them. Also, I would like you to pass on a message to Lady Su for me. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes at Yuan, wondering if he'd given up on fighting the immortal or the opposite. What's the message? Can you ask her if she knows the name Tian Yingzhe? That's all. Tian Yingzhe? Okay, I'll let her know. Then I'll see you next time. I'm going to warn you again, just in case. Don't engage with the immortal. Just run away and notify me if you sense them nearby. I understand. Yuan nodded with a mysterious smile on his face. Senior Bai still felt concerned for some reason. Once Yuan left, he sighed out loud, alas, even there's nothing I can do if he truly wants to fight the immortal, Wait a minute. I can just have someone watch over him. With this idea in mind, Senior Bai left his world to contact someone from the Celestial Overlord. Sometime later, Senior Bai arrived at a massive outdoor training ground that was as large as several major cities. This junior greets Overlord Bai. A half-naked, tall, and robust man stopped his training and respectfully bowed to Senior Bai after noticing his presence. Sorry for the sudden visit, Kellen. You're always welcome, no matter the time and day. Are you busy nowadays? Senior Bai asked. It's the same as usual. Then, do you mind doing me a favor? I'd like you to watch over a junior of ours in case he does anything reckless. A junior of ours? So he's a member of the faction? Yes, he joined very recently. This junior must be very special for you to go out of your way to do this. Kellen smiled. You have no idea. He was recruited by Celestial Overlord Su herself. What? Celestial Overlord Su recruited him? Alright, I'll take a look at this junior. Where is he? Fourth heaven. Omicron M, huh? But we're currently in the eighth heaven. I am aware. Qin raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Oh, was this junior sent to the lower heavens to find a certain somebody? Qin suddenly came to this realization. No, this junior was recruited in the lower heavens. He's only a spirit king, so he's a real junior. And no way. Qin wore a look of disbelief on his face. When was the last time they had someone with such low cultivation amongst their ranks? Don't look down on this junior, Qin. Even though had only recently joined, he's already a general. Already a general? That's impossible. Qin cried out loud. Senior Bai smiled. If his rank had been lower, I would have asked someone else. You're the only commander with so much free time, too. Please don't make me sound like a slacker, Overlord Bai. Training is also working, and I am still healing from my injury. Senior Bai glanced at the obvious scar that covered Kellen's arm and said, I'm just joking with you. Anyway, can you do this favor for me? You'll also be helping Celestial Overlord Su since she cares about him, too. Of course. You just need me to watch over him, right? Yes, since he might pick a fight with one of the escaped immortals who was found in the fourth heaven. A mere spirit king daring to pick a fight with an escaped immortal from the 9 heavens eternal grotto? This kid's got guts. We might get along pretty well. Qin laughed out loud at this information. His name is Xuan. Also, he's from outside the 9 heavens, if you know what I mean. I know. The lost ones, right? Do you mind if I talk to him, or am I just supposed to tail him like a spy? You can interact with him if you want. Alright. Don't bully him too much, or you might catch a beating from Celestial Overlord Su. Senior Bai chuckled. When have I ever bullied a junior? Qin laughed out loud. Then I'll make arrangements for your descent after I speak with Celestial Overlord Su. You should prepare for your departure, too. Understood. I'll see you later, Overlord Bai. After Senior Bai left, Qin smiled. A spirit king and a general, huh? I have high expectations, so don't disappoint me, Junior. After his meeting with Qin, Senior Bai went to find Su Jiqi. It feels like I've been seeing you much often lately. Is this related to him? Su Jiqi spoke the moment Senior Bai entered her office. Yes, it's about Yuan. I wanted to let you know that I had sent Commander Qin to watch over him. Why? Su Jiqi raised an eyebrow at this unexpected news. One of the escaped immortals was spotted in the fourth heaven, and when I warned him about it, he decided to fight them instead of running away. I advised him not to fight them, and even though he said he understood, I cannot help but doubt him. Is that so? Fighting an escaped immortal, huh? If he somehow manages to defeat an immortal, our reputation would skyrocket. You want him to fight the immortal? Senior Bai stared at her with wide eyes. Of course not. I'm just saying. Anyway, you did the right thing. We cannot let someone as talented as him die in vain. Is that all? There's one more thing. Yuan asked me to pass a message on to you. After clearing his throat, Senior Bai repeated, do you know the name Tian Yingzhe? What? Su Jiqi's expression froze after hearing this name. Seeing her reaction, Senior Bai swallowed nervously. After a moment of silence, Su Jiqi suddenly stood up, slammed the desk before her, and loudly inquired, where did he learn of this name? I don't know. I didn't ask since it seemed like an innocent question. Who is Tian Yingzhe? Should I be worried? Su Jiqi didn't immediately respond and fell back onto her chair. After another moment of silence, she sighed. He was the founder of the Celestial Overlord. What? The founder? But I thought, Su Jiqi nodded and said, the founder had 2 names. One was his true name, and the other was used for the Celestial Overlord. Even among the other Celestial Overlords, only I knew his true name. Oh, then was it okay for you to have revealed it to me? Senior Bai asked. It's fine. Since you would have learned it sooner or later after. However, how did Yuan learn of this name? I'll ask him the next time I see him. Please do. Su Jiechi nodded with a serious expression on her face. Also, although it's just a name, keep it to yourself. Of course. I won't tell a soul. Senior Bai nodded. Then what about your response? He then asked. Just tell him what I told you. I understand. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to Bai Lianhua's side after leaving Senior Bai's world. You're really not being humble. Yuan smiled when she saw the piles of techniques Bai Lianhua had picked out. Is this too much? I knew it, but, no, it's fine. Yuan chuckled. Are you sure I can have all of this for free? I'm certain. Once they were prepared, Bai Lianhua brought all of the techniques to the register, shocking the worker. But before the worker could even open his mouth to speak, Yuan showed his general symbol, shocking the worker even more. Thank you for your service. The worker bowed to Yuan. Yuan nodded at him before turning to look at Bai Lianhua and speaking, it's done. You can put them away. What? That's all? She stared at him with a gawking expression, as she had anticipated a much lengthier process. That's all. He confirmed with a smile. Chapter 1548 Messing with the Qin Family. Chapter 1548 Messing with the Qin Family. 1548 Messing with the Qin family. After acquiring the techniques, they left the myriad of techniques. However, even after successfully leaving the store with the techniques, Bai Lianhua couldn't believe that she'd managed to acquire so many powerful techniques for free. Even if she had her family's full backing, it would still be difficult for them to purchase this many rare and valuable techniques without severely damaging their finances. Yet, she was able to acquire them for free because of Yuan. How exactly did you manage to do that again? She looked at him with wide eyes. Did you know that factions also exist in? I am part of the faction that owns the myriad of technique, so it's a member's privilege, of sorts. Yuan gave a brief explanation. Do you think I can also join your faction? Bai Lianhua knew the answer even before she asked, but she still had to take her chances. Probably not, and I am not looking down on you when I say this, but their requirements are quite high, as they're one of the top factions in the upper heavens. In fact, you won't even meet them unless you ascend at least to the 6th heaven. Bai Lianhua showed a bittersweet smile and shook her head. No, it's fine. I completely understand. I am not foolish enough to think that I have even a fraction of your talents. There's no need to drag yourself down like this. You're plenty talented. With enough experience and time, you'll definitely qualify for my faction. Bai Lianhua nodded and said, So, what are you going to do now? Return to the 4th heaven? Not yet. I still have some business in 3rd heaven. By the way, do you know of a Qin family? Yuan said. I know of several. Which one are you referring to? The one close with the Walker's family and the Gu family. Oh, yeah, I know of them. They've been quickly rising in reputation and power recently with the Walker's family and Gu family's help, after all. Why are you asking about them? Did something happen between you guys? Yuan nodded. I'm not directly involved, but they've been bullying the family of someone who's very close to me, even going as far as to use poison. Poison? What a nasty bunch, but I'm not surprised that someone closely affiliated with Fiery Queen has such a nature. What are you going to do with them? I'm not sure yet. The family they've been targeting has been losing business because of the bullying, so I'm thinking about messing with their operations within as a warning. If you want, I can help you locate their businesses. It shouldn't be too hard with my family's resources. Really? That'd be great. Consider it my payment for the techniques, even though it's nowhere enough to pay for everything. Bai Lianhua showed a bashful smile. She continued, Then I'll contact you once I have the information prepared. It shouldn't take too long. A few hours at most. All right. By the way, take this. Yuan handed her a spatial ring filled with treasures that he had picked up but had no use for. This is a lot. There are even divine-grade treasures inside. Are you sure about this, Yuan? The techniques are already more than enough, just take it. He nodded. Thank you, really. Bai Lianhua logged off the next moment. With nothing else to do, Yuan also decided to log off. While he waited for Bai Lianhua to scout the Qin family's business, Yuan went to visit the Chu family. I've decided to mess with the Qin family's business within Cultivation Online. Mess with? If you don't mind me asking, how do you plan on doing that? Chu Shijian asked. It depends on the kind of operation they have, but it'll most likely end up destroying all of their business. Yuan casually shrugged. Is that so? By the way, any news from the Qin family? Yuan then asked. Well, they've figured out that we know about Chu Wuyang being their spy when they haven't been able to contact him since we locked him up. Just yesterday, they threatened to completely destroy our business within Cultivation Online in a few days if we don't obey them. Omicron a few days, huh? Not before I destroy them in a few hours. Yuan smiled. To do so much for us. I really don't know how to thank you. Chu Shijian sighed. You don't need to thank me because I am not doing this for you. I am doing this for Lulu. Yuan calmly corrected him. We still end up receiving your help, so you have my gratitude. 3 hours after they logged off, Bai Lianhua contacted Yuan. The Qin family has 3 major businesses in the third heaven. The first and most profitable business is their monster hunting business. They have about 50 different teams that specialize in monster hunting throughout third heaven, and you can identify them through the purple badge by their waist. Their strongest and highest grossing team is in Nightwing City, most of them being spirit lords. While they don't have a store, they typically meet up at the Purple Lizard Pavilion before going on their hunt. After giving Yuan their location, Bai Lianhua proceeded to give him some of their names and their physical descriptions. She continued, their second business, the dungeon hunting team, is currently staying at the 8-Point Hotel in Union City. Their third business is a medicine store called Perfect Qin Medicine, which is also located within Nightwing City. You've gathered so much information so quickly. I was told it wasn't easy learning about another's business without having insiders. Yuan smiled. Bai Lianhua chuckled, who in the 10 great families doesn't have a spy or two? With how quickly the Qin family has been growing, I'm sure there are many keeping eyes on them. Makes sense. Then I'll see you later. Yes, see you later. After returning to Cultivation Online, Yuan made his way to Nightwing City while Bai Lianhua sorted out all of the treasures Yuan gave her. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the Purple Lizard Pavilion and, using his divine sense, looked at every single individual inside the pavilion. It must be them. Yuan quickly found the players who matched the description Bai Lianhua gave him. He didn't approach them and simply watched them from afar. There were 11 players in their group, all of whom were between the 6th and 9th levels of Spirit Lord. Although Yuan wanted to kill them immediately, he decided to mess with them a bit first. Half an hour later, once they were prepared, the group of players left the city and entered the nearby wilderness, where magical beasts between the 3rd and 6th levels of Spirit Lord roamed. They quickly encountered their first magical beast. It was at the 5th level of Spirit Lord. Yuan didn't interfere and watched them hunt the magical beast together. Their movements and great teamwork indicated that they'd been working together for a long time. It took them almost 10 whole minutes to defeat the magical beast, but only 5 out of 11 had fought. After defeating the magical beast, they stripped any valuable materials from the corpse before resuming their hunt. For their next encounter, the other 6 that didn't participate in the first encounter fought. They rotated between 2 groups to save energy, as they planned on hunting until night. However, during their third encounter, right as the group was able to defeat the 7th level Spirit Lord magical beast, Yuan appeared out of thin air to steal their kill. What the fuck? Who the hell are you? Yuan was wearing a mask, so none of them could identify him. Moreover, Yuan had killed the magical beast so badly that even its materials could not be salvaged. Identify yourself. The group demanded. However, Yuan didn't say anything and merely escaped from the scene, vanishing like a ghost. What the fuck was that about? I have no idea, he was probably just some weirdo passing by. Let's forget about him and continue our hunt. The group didn't bother chasing after Yuan and resumed their hunt. However, their fourth and fifth encounters had all been sabotaged by Yuan, who refused to explain anything and vanished as soon as he was done. God damn it. What the fuck is going on? Does that person have a grudge against us or something? He's not even letting us collect the materials. I have never seen or heard of anything like this before, that's it. If he dares to show up again, we're all going to attack him without warning. Keep your eyes out. The leader of their group declared. They encountered their sixth magical beast soon. Once again, Yuan showed up at the end to claim the kill for himself. The group of hunters was prepared this time and attacked him the moment he showed himself. However, none of them had expected Yuan to block all of their attacks with ease, and before they could attack again, Yuan vanished into thin air. God fucking damn it. What the hell is that bastard's problem? We've been out here for 4 hours and only managed to secure 1 kill. He's probably hiding his face because he's afraid we might recognize him. Let's see how long he can keep this farce up. He must have used a considerable amount of spiritual energy to defeat the last few magical beasts. I doubt he'll be able to continue this for long. He will eventually slip up, and that's when we'll get that bastard. Yeah. The group continued their hunt, fueled by anger and the desire to catch Yuan. Chapter 1549 Messing with the Qin Family, 2. Chapter 1549 Messing with the Qin Family, 2. 1549 Messing with the Qin Family, 2. Several hours have passed since Yuan started messing with the Qin family's strongest hunting group. They figured he would eventually run out of energy and mess up, but Yuan continued stealing their kills with seemingly no effort at all. Fuck. I've had enough. Get out here and face us like a man, you fucking coward. Come out. Get out here and fight me, you bastard. The group of players eventually had enough and started yelling out loud like a group of maniacs. Seeing this, Yuan smiled inwardly. I guess it's about time I stop messing around and deal with them for real. With that in mind, he emerged from his hiding spot and appeared before them. You finally appeared, you kill-stealing bastard. I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. Let me give you a good beating. The group of players approached Yuan with enraged faces. However, Yuan raised his hand and gestured for them to stop. Wait a minute. I have some questions for you before I decide your fates. And who the fuck are you to decide our fate? Get him. The leader of their group shouted. But before any of them could move, Yuan released his suppressed cultivation base at the peak of Spirit King. The pressure was so immense and unbearable for these spirit lords that they collapsed on the ground, unable to breathe. A Spirit King. Please. Have mercy. Yuan retrieved his aura, allowing them to breathe again. I think you might have mistaken us for someone else. I don't ever recall offending someone like you. Hearing such words, Yuan spoke. So you guys aren't working for the Qin family? Huh. This is about the Qin family? He silently nodded. We do work for the Qin family, but what's that got to do with this? I'll keep this short, but I'm going to shut down the Qin family's business, so if you could do me a favor and just quit, I won't make things difficult for you. What? This is too sudden. We can't do that even if you threaten us. One of them quickly said. Why are you targeting the Qin family? They have a lot of influence nowadays, especially with the 10 great families' help. I am just giving them a taste of their own medicine. They dared to mess with the Chu family's business, so I am now messing with theirs. The Chu family. Look here, we have no involvement in businesses outside hunting magical beasts. And we're bound by a contract. If broken, we'd need to pay a huge fine, so we cannot quit even if you threaten us. How much are these fines? I'll pay for them. Yuan said. You'll pay for our fine? That's ridiculous. If not, they'll give you a real excuse to not work anymore, by killing you until you lose your ability to cultivate. He calmly threatened, leaving them speechless. The players trembled in fear upon hearing Yuan's words, which were definitely effective. They exchanged glances with each other and, without uttering a word, nodded at each other. All right, well, quit if you can pay for our fines. It's $1 million for each violation. If Yuan were truly willing to pay for their fines, it would definitely be better than getting killed and losing their ability to cultivate, as they would be able to change employers. $1 million each, right? Yuan retrieved a random heaven-grade treasure and showed it to them. Although heaven-grade treasures have gone down significantly in price, at least compared to when Yuan sold the frozen jade zither, as they're becoming more accessible, they can still be fetched for over $10 million with ease. You can keep the change. Also, if I find out that any of you were involved with messing with the Chu family, it'll hunt you down not just in cultivation online but also on Earth, so this is your last chance to come clean. Yuan said as he handed the treasure to the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. I swear we're not involved. I don't know about the other teams, but we're definitely clean. Yuan nodded and said, also, if you're still working for the Qin family after this, you'll die before you even realize it. We wouldn't dare. Before you leave, tell me about the other hunting teams. Yuan then said. I have their schedule and hunting grounds all listed here. The leader of the group handed Yuan a jade slip that contained all sorts of useful information that allowed him to hunt the others down more efficiently. Thank you. Yuan left shortly after. While Yuan went hunting down the other teams, the group of 11 players immediately went to sell the heaven-grade treasure on CO player auctions. The treasure was sold in under 1 hour for $15 million. Over the next several days, Yuan traveled all over the third heaven and bribed all of the Qin family's monster hunting teams to quit. Those who refused to accept his bribes were threatened with death, and the rude ones were beaten until they were on the verge of death, which only took a single punch from him. When the Qin family was suddenly told by their strongest and highest-earning monster hunting team that they'd quit, the Qin family was left baffled and confused. They became even more bewildered when every member of the team paid the fine for breaking the contract. When asked why, the team told the truth, that they were threatened by a powerful cultivator to quit working for the Qin family or have their cultivations crippled. Soon, more and more teams from their monster hunting business stopped working with them. Fuck. Which bastard is responsible for this? And why are they doing this? Qin Mulan, the head of the Qin family, slammed his table in anger, causing it to split in two. For it to happen right after Chu Wuyang was caught. I don't think this is a coincidence. Qin Long, his eldest son, said with a pondering expression on his face. Chapter 1550 Messing with the Qin Family, 3. Chapter 1550 Messing with the Qin Family, 3. 1550 Messing with the Qin Family, 3. So the Chu family is involved in this, huh? But how did they acquire information on all of our monster hunting teams? Qin Mulan pondered out loud. I'd wager one of our own teams betrayed us, providing the Chu family with the information they needed. But for them to resort to hiring a spirit king, they must be quite desperate. Qin Long said. Longer, I'll leave this troublemaker in your hands. Qin Mulan said to his son. I will crush this bastard for daring to mess with my Qin family. Qin Long nodded with a cold expression on his face. Meanwhile, after Yuan made all of the Qin family's monster hunting teams quit, he made his way to Union City, where their dungeon hunting team was residing in the 8-Point Hotel. Due to how rare dungeons typically were, most businesses put most of their resources into one team. The Qin family's dungeon team consisted of 30 players, all of whom were between Spirit Grandmaster and Spirit Lord. When Yuan arrived, he used divine sense to scout the hotel and immediately found 20 players with the Qin family's identification token. According to the intel provided by some of the monster hunting teams, all of the members of the dungeon team stayed at the same hotel. Are the others offline or scouting? Well, it doesn't matter. Yuan pondered what he should do with them. Sometime later, he forced his way into one of the rooms through the window. Inside, 4 players were looking at a large map together. Who the fuck are you? Yuan's intrusion immediately alerted them because he made no effort to be stealthy. They swiftly pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Yuan. Calm down, I'm not here to hurt you. Yuan calmly raised his hands as if to show that he was harmless. Then why are you here? One of them asked with a suspicious frown. I'm here to make you quit working for the Qin family. I'll even pay for whatever fine you may incur for breaking the contract. What? And why are you doing this? I have some beef with the Qin family, that's all. So, what do you say? I say, screw off. The 4 players in the room suddenly pounced at Yuan with their weapons flying. However, Yuan didn't even bother dodging their attacks and used his body to block them. What the fuck? The players were shocked when their weapons couldn't penetrate Yuan's skin, much less injure him. It felt like they were trying to cut metal with a butter knife. It's pointless. You won't be able to kill me even if I went to sleep right now. Anyway, I'll give you one more chance to keep your life. Quit working for the Qin family or die to me with a chance of becoming a cripple. Yuan stood before them like a domineering warlord, his aura so intense it made the players gasping for breath. We will quit, they eventually said. All right. One more thing. Are you guys, by any chance, responsible for bullying the Chu family? Yuan suddenly asked. Huh? The Chu family. And no, we had nothing to do with that, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. These players suddenly became nervous, and it was written all over their faces. Is that so? Yuan suddenly pulled out the Grail of Truth, which was already emitting a bright light. Sorry, but it looks like my offer will no longer apply to you anymore. Before any of them could even utter a single word, Yuan waved his sleeve with sword aura pouring out. 3 of the players immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist, while one of them only lost an arm. Of course, he survived only because Yuan allowed him to live. Tell me, who else was involved with the Chu family? Just the 4 of you, or the entire team? Yuan asked him, who was kissing the floor with his buttocks, his face filled with fear as snot and tears flowed down his face. All of us. We were all paid a bonus by the Qin family to mess with the Chu family's business. The player immediately revealed everything. The Grail of Truth had no reaction, meaning he was telling the truth. Is that so? Make sure to tell your buddies to quit, or I'll come after you until you can no longer cultivate. Yuan killed the last player after finishing his sentence. He made his way to the next room shortly after. Who the hell are you? There were 5 players in this room. Yuan went straight to business and said, I'm here to avenge the Chu family. If you don't quit working for the Qin family after I kill you, they'll continue to kill you until you lose your ability to cultivate. If you're unlucky to be crippled after one death, that's too bad. Before any of the players in the room could even respond, Yuan killed all of them with sword aura. He continued doing this until every member of the Qin family's dungeon team was wiped out. However, there were several that weren't at the hotel, so he waited a few hours for them to show up before moving to his next target. After waiting for 6 hours, the rest of the team showed up at the hotel, and all of them were killed after being told to quit working for the Qin family. The Qin family was immediately alerted when Yuan killed the first 4 players. What? He killed all of them because they were involved with the Chu family? This confirms it. That bastard is avenging the Chu family and targeting our businesses in cultivation online. Qin Mulan slammed his desk that was just replaced, destroying it again. Longer, how are you going to deal with this bastard? He turned to look at Qin Long, who had a pondering face. Since he's targeting our businesses, he'll most definitely show up at our medicine store. I'll wait for him there, he said. How are you going to stop him? He's a spirit king. Qin Mulan said with a frown. So what if he's a spirit king? I have with me a magic talisman that can instantly kill even a spirit emperor. A spirit king is nothing before me. Qin Long laughed out loud. Good. Qin Long nodded. Chapter 1551 Qin Long. Chapter 1551 Qin Long 1551 Qin Long. After he met with his father, Qin Long immediately went to his family's medicine store to wait for Yuan. Welcome, young Master Qin. Are you looking for some medicine today? The workers there greeted Qin Long. This place will be attacked soon. Close down the shop and get everyone out of here, he said to them. What? Who would dare to attack us? The workers there were shocked to hear this news. They had the 10 great families backing. No sane player would dare to offend them, much less attack them. I don't know, but they undoubtedly work for the Chu family. Anyway, get out of here. Things will definitely get messy here. The workers quickly closed down the store and left, leaving Qin Long alone in the store. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at Night Wing City once again. He used divine sense to inspect the place. Only one guy, huh? Looks like he's expecting me. The lone individual at the store had a confident and arrogant air around him as he sat at the entrance like a commander in battle. After pondering for a moment, Yuan casually approached the store without hiding his presence. Qin Long immediately noticed him due to his mask and said, "So, you're the bastard that's been trying to ruin my family's business, huh? How much did the Chu family pay you?" "I'll triple it if you stab them in the back." "Who said anything about getting paid?" "I'm doing this without any payment." Qin Long frowned at this unexpected information and said, "Do you even know who you're messing with? We have 2 of the 10 great families backing us. Once we figure out your identity, you can kiss your life goodbye." "Oh? Is that so? Then I'll make it easy for you." Yuan spoke as he reached for his mask and removed it, revealing his handsome face to Qin Long. "Why you?" "Player Yuan." Qin Long immediately recognized him. "It's been Player Yuan this entire time? I should have realized this sooner." Qin Long nearly face-bombed. Qin Long was aware that Chu Liuxiang had left the family to live with Yuan, so it should have been obvious that he would be the one messing with them when they said he was a spirit king. "Did Chu Liuxiang ask you to do this?" Qin Long asked. "No, I am doing this because I owe the Chu family." "You must be from the Qin family. What do you think you can achieve by yourself?" "You'll find out soon enough, bastard." Qin Long sneered in disdain. Had always wanted to deal with Yuan for stealing Chu Liuxiang from him, but he couldn't find a way to do so since Yuan lived inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain and barely interacted with other players making it difficult to track him. Yuan smiled and said, "You seem awfully confident. Is that thing in your pocket really that powerful?" Qin Long's expression immediately darkened after realizing Yuan was aware of his magic talisman. "Judging by its spiritual energy, is it a magic talisman? The same one you gave to Chu Wuyang?" Yuan continued. Qin Long immediately retrieved the magic talisman from his robe and pointed it at Yuan. "So what if you know about it?" "It's too late to run. I only need half a second to activate it, and then you'll go boom. Before I kill you, let me ask you something." Yuan calmly nodded with a carefree smile, seemingly unfazed by his threat. "How far have you gotten with Chu Liuxiang?" he asked. "You don't need to concern yourself with our relationship, but if you really need to know, we're very intimate with each other." Qin Long's entire face twisted in anger, his face flushed red. If one's glare could kill, his was definitely intensive enough to commit mass murder. "Why are you looking at me like I stole your lover? She was mine to begin with. You were the one using underhanded tactics trying to steal her from me." Yuan casually shrugged. Silence, you bastard. I've had my sights on her for years. So what? You were never fated to be with her. Simple as that. And you are fated to die here. Die for me, you bastard. Yuan could tell that Qin Long had begun pouring his spiritual energy into the magic talisman and activated sword aura. Before Qin Long could fully activate the magic talisman, his entire arm was severed by Yuan's sword aura. Ah! Qin Long fell back while screaming. Think about our surroundings. Using such a powerful item in the middle of a city would be disastrous. Yuan shook his head. If they were not in a bustling city surrounded by people, Yuan would have let Qin Long use the magic talisman on him. Unfortunately, the magic talisman was simply too strong and had the capability to level the entire city. Yuan collected the magic talisman and tossed it into his spatial ring. He turned to look at Qin Long and said, "Any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I'll kill you now. You'll pay for this, player Yuan. I'll be waiting." Yuan casually flicked his arm, decapitating Qin Long with sword aura. After killing Qin Long, Yuan destroyed the entire building before him so the Qin family could no longer use it for business. His actions shocked everyone around him, but nobody dared to call for help. By the time the city guards arrived, Yuan had long left the city. Now that I've dealt with the Qin family's business, let's wait a little to see how they'll react. Yuan logged off for the day and notified the Chu family of the situation. "I'm sorry, father. I couldn't even activate my magic talisman because he used some invisible skill." Qin Long also notified his father of his failures. "What happened to our store? By the time I returned, it had turned to rubble." He sighed. Bang! Qin Mulan slammed his desk, destroying it. A moment of silence filled the room before Qin Mulan spoke in a grim voice. "I'll contact the Walker's family and the Gu family to see if there's anything they can do about our situation." Qin Mulan contacted them shortly later. "Player Yuan? Sorry, but there's nothing we can do against him in Cultivation Online." The Walker's family refused to deal with Yuan while he was inside Cultivation Online. They knew that he was essentially impossible to defeat, and fighting him would only result in their loss. The Gu family, however, did not immediately refuse to help the Qin family. "If you can provide us with a solid plan to deal with player Yuan, we will assist you." Thus, the Qin family proceeded to spend the next several hours planning. "Player Yuan is helping the Chu family, right? Why don't we just attack all of their businesses at once? There's no way he could stop all of us at once. The Chu family have already changed their operations, and without Chu Wuyang, we won't be able to locate them fast enough. How will attacking the Chu family help us defeat player Yuan?" That only enrage him even more. Player Yuan is a spirit king. There are probably fewer than 10 spirit kings, even amongst the top players. It's impossible to defeat him. How about we borrow the power of NPCs? There are plenty of Spirit King cultivators in the third heaven. Actually, I know of a faction in the third heaven that specializes in assassinations. Qin Long suddenly said. "That's great and all, but what if he's already returned to the fourth heaven by then? Won't we be wasting our money?" Despite spending hours on it, the Qin family could not find a solid plan to deal with Yuan. In the end, they could only wait for Yuan to leave the third heaven before they resumed their businesses. Sometime later, Qin Long returned to Cultivation Online. Since he died inside Nightwing City, he respawned in the same city. Fucking player Yuan. I will definitely have my revenge the next time I see him. Qin Long looked at the sky and cursed out loud. "Oh. How are you going to do that?" A familiar voice suddenly resounded behind Qin Long, greatly startling him. He swiftly turned around to see a familiar face standing behind him. "Player Yuan? Why are you here?" He cried out loud. "I heard someone calling my name, so I came here to see who it was," Yuan said sarcastically. He continued, "Anyway, I see that you still have your cultivation. How many times do you think I'll have to kill you before you lose the ability to cultivate? Why you can't be serious." Qin Long had a terrified expression on his face after realizing what Yuan wanted to do to him. "He's planning on spawn camping me?" Due to how respawning works in Cultivation Online, it was possible to trap someone within a city and kill them repeatedly. However, this was only done by the foulest players and was heavily frowned upon by the player base. Do you not value your reputation? Once word gets out that you're a spawn camper, your reputation will sink to the bottom. Would they even believe such rumors? Yuan smiled. The next moment, Qin Long found himself staring at the death notification. Fuck. I must get out of the city before he finds me again. Qin Long immediately ran for the teleportation device upon respawning in a random area within the city. However, before he could even travel a block, Yuan appeared before him like a ghost. What? How did you find me already? Qin Long cried out loud, his eyes filled with shock. Yuan merely responded with a silent smile before killing him for the third time. Chapter 1552 Vengeful Slaughtering Formation. Chapter 1552 Vengeful Slaughtering Formation 1552 Vengeful Slaughtering Formation. After Yuan killed him for the third time, Qin Long had to wait 24 hours before respawning. When an avatar is killed, it requires time to be reconstructed. While in this state, the player's consciousness will be transported to a black room with a countdown. Fuck. How did he find me so fast? We don't respawn in the same location, and it's randomized, so there's no way he could have predicted my respawn point. He must have some sort of technique that allows him to find me quickly. Qin Long quickly came to this conclusion, but he could do nothing about it. Sure enough, Yuan found him using divine sense, which is already powerful enough to cover the entire city and more. While Qin Long waited for his death cooldown to disappear, he started spreading rumors of Yuan being a spawn camper online, spamming this information as far and wide as possible. Since spawn campers are widely despised and frowned upon by most players, it didn't take long for people to respond. However, Qin Long quickly became irritated when nobody believed him. Ha ha ha. Player Yuan spawn camped you in the third heaven? He left for the fourth heaven already. I'm sure player Yuan has much better things to do than spawn camp a nobody. Let's say he did spawn camp you, for argument's sake. I bet you deserved it. One thing I've learned about player Yuan is that he isn't the type to provoke others without reason. Qin Long was left fuming after seeing countless people mock him in the comments of his discussions. It also reminded him of Yuan's words before getting killed. 24 hours have passed and Qin Long's death cooldown disappeared, but he didn't immediately log back onto and waited an extra day before doing so. However, when he logged back in and respawned, Qin Long was terrified by a particular change that occurred within his body. My cultivation is gone. He cried out loud. When a player dies, one of three things can happen. 1. Nothing changes. 2. They lose all their cultivation and must start from scratch. Lastly, and arguably the worst outcome, they lose the ability to cultivate entirely, becoming a cripple. Players around the world collaborated to determine the probabilities of these three outcomes. With contributions from hundreds of millions of players, the chances of each outcome were finally revealed. Upon experiencing death, there was a 96% chance that nothing would happen to the player. There was a 3% chance they would lose all of their cultivation, and there was a 1% chance they would lose the ability to cultivate entirely. Although the probability of becoming a cripple was low, it was not zero, and millions of players around the world have already lost their ability to cultivate. Of course, losing all of one's cultivation was still better than becoming a cripple. That said, Qin Long had spent a fortune getting to Spirit Lord, unlike most ordinary players, so it was a devastating blow to him regardless. My cultivation. Ah! Qin Long fell to the ground and bawled his eyes out on the street with many spectators around him. However, he was too devastated to care about the people around him, even if they saw him as a madman. For many minutes, Qin Long did not stop crying. Due to his commotion, the city guards were eventually called. When they showed up, they treated Qin Long like a madman and dragged him away, returning peace to the city. However, as they dragged Qin Long away, a masked figure appeared before them, blocking their path. Before the guards could even speak, the masked man said, "Qin Long, right? I see that you've lost your cultivation base after the last death. Unfortunately, but at least you can still cultivate. Qin Long snapped out of his daze after hearing Yuan's voice. However, before he could speak, Yuan continued, at least for now. If you do not give the Chu family your word that you will never bother them again, I will keep killing you until you do. You will never be able to play Cultivation Online again because you will immediately die after respawning. Once he finished his sentence, Yuan used his sword aura to kill Qin Long again, shocking the guards. Yet, before they could even react, Yuan vanished into thin air like a ghost. While Qin Long waited for his cooldown to disappear again, Yuan spoke to Yuning. Do you know any formation that can keep attacking someone even if I am away? I don't plan to stay here much longer, but I can't leave without ensuring the Chu family's safety. Yes, I do. I can create a formation around this city that will immediately attack a specific individual whenever they enter its range, and it can operate even if you're not present, but it'll only be able to target people you've interacted with before. Yuning responded. That's perfect. Since hell keep respawning within this city, this will keep him inside the city for as long as I want. Alright, let's do this. Yuan said. Yuning took control of Yuan's body the next moment to create the formation. Sometime later, Yuan regained control and activated the formation. He wanted to witness the formation in action at least once before he left, so Yuan remained in the city until Qin Long's return. It'll give you 3 days, Qin Long hopefully. You won't immediately budge and die a few more times before coming to your senses. Yuan smiled inwardly. Omicron M. Meanwhile, Qin Long was losing his mind inside his room. That fucking bastard, player Yuan. I swear to God that I will fucking kill him even if it's the last thing I do. Despite Yuan's warning, Qin Long had no intention of listening to his demands. I refuse to believe that you'll remain in the third heaven forever just to kill me. Qin Long decided to wait an entire week before returning to Cultivation Online. In the meantime, he spoke to his father about his situation. Of course, Qin Mulan was unhappy to learn that his son had lost all his cultivation, wasting the fortune they'd spent on resources to boost his cultivation. But there was no use crying over spilled milk. 3 days later, seeing that Qin Long hadn't returned yet, Yuan left the city and made his way back to the stairway to heaven to return to the fourth heaven. Welcome back, Master. Are you returning to the fourth heaven? Tian asked him. Yes. Okay. Tian created a staircase straight to the fourth heaven for him. Thank you. Yuan ascended, returning to the fourth heaven shortly after. Upon returning to the fourth heaven, Yuan contacted Dongyi. Dongyi, I need you to find someone for me. They are an escaped immortal from the 9 Heavens Eternal Grotto. This immortal has the shrouded physique. Apparently, he was spotted in the fourth heaven. Of course, I shall find him even if it's the last thing I do. Dongyi immediately agreed without asking for his reason for wanting to find this immortal. Thank you. Now, I have some time to spare while waiting for Dongyi. What should I do in the meantime? Yuan pondered out loud. After thinking for some time, he remembered Shi Xinhua telling him about the Pavilion of Knowledge, which may have information on the immortal monarch. Let's give them a visit with Shi Meili. With his next destination in mind, Yuan went to find Shi Meili at the Cultivator's Haven. When he arrived, he went directly to their training rooms. However, they were all closed. He didn't want to disturb them, so he used his divine sense to peek inside Shi Meili's room to see if she was busy. Shi Meili was partially transformed inside her training room. Her body emitted a profound and oppressive aura as she sat in a cultivating position. The walls around her were also heavily damaged, even though they could resist attacks from spirit sovereigns without any problem. Seeing this, Yuan didn't dare to disturb her and waited for her to finish. Several days later, Yuan suddenly received a notification. So he's finally decided to return to Cultivation Online, huh? A few seconds after this notification, another notification appeared before him. Meanwhile, when Qin Long finally logged into Cultivation Online for the first time in a week, his presence triggered the formation. The formation located Qin Long's precise location and activated in less than 3 seconds, and before Qin Long could even fully see his surroundings, His body was bombarded by powerful attacks that would instantly obliterate even a spirit king, so even if he still had his original cultivation, it wouldn't have saved him. Qin Long had only managed to take a single breath in cultivation online before being killed, and he wasn't even able to release the breath he took in. Even after his death, it took a long minute before Qin Long comprehended that he had just been killed for the 4th time. What the fuck? He actually waited an entire week for me? Qin Long was more shocked by Yuan's stubbornness than his sudden death. Does he really intend to spawn camp me until our family stops messing with the Chu family? I don't even have the authority to make such a call. He cried out loud. Only the family head, his father, had the authority to fulfill Yuan's demand, but he did not want to embarrass himself further, putting him in a perplexed situation. Chapter 1553 Purple Sea. Chapter 1553 Purple Sea 1553 Purple Sea. After his death, Qin Long immediately logged off and tried to cultivate. He sighed in relief after realizing that he could still cultivate properly. Even though the chances of becoming a cripple were only 1%, it was enough to stress any player out, much less someone like Qin Long. Damn it. What should I do? I cannot keep letting him get away with this. At this rate, he'll really cripple me. After pondering for a long moment, Qin Long suddenly thought of a good idea. Since nobody believes me that player Yuan is spawn killing me, I shall let the entire world witness it. If there were thousands of players watching, I doubt player Yuan would dare to kill me in front of so many people. This will allow me to get away safely. He went online and started another campaign. This time, he advertised his own demise, telling people to visit Nightwing City if they wished to see player Yuan spawn camping him. Sure enough, his antics were effective, and many players visited Nightwing City over the next several days. However, many of these players just wanted to see player Yuan and couldn't care less about Qin Long being killed. News agencies also sent people to witness player Yuan spawn killing, as it would give them something to talk about for a while. Soon, tens of thousands of players could be seen wandering Nightwing City. For days after his last death, Qin Long logged back into. Nightwing City was bustling with activity, with players thronging every corner, most of them hoping to meet player Yuan. After respawning, Qin Long shouted out loud, "Witness me." The players around him instantly turned their heads to look at Qin Long, and just as they finished turning their heads, several powerful attacks descended from the sky to attack Qin Long, instantly killing him. Qin Long was shocked by his swift death. He could have never anticipated Yuan would be so ruthless as to kill him without hesitation despite the presence of so many players. As for the players, they immediately looked at the sky, expecting to see Yuan hovering above them. However, they were left puzzled when nobody was in the air where the attacks were shot from. Where's player Yuan? I don't see him. Did he leave already? That quickly? No way. I don't think he was even here. Ha ha ha. What kind of scam is this? I knew this Qin Long was trying to slander player Yuan all along, but I was still expecting something. How foolish of me. Who was the one that just got killed? I couldn't even see his appearance clearly before he died. Probably some poor soul paid to die so that they could sell this nonsense to us. Qin Long quickly became a laughingstock once news of what had transpired within Nightwing City spread on the internet. Qin Long, eldest son of the Qin family, slanders player Yuan. Player Yuan is innocent. Many articles about Qin Long quickly surfaced, spreading through the community like wildfire. Qin Mulan quickly learned of Qin Long's embarrassing situation and summoned him. Longer. What the fuck are you doing? I asked you to take care of player Yuan, but you dragged our family name through the mud instead. You're a laughing stock right now. Qin Mulan slammed his desk, destroying it. Now that his reputation had hit rock bottom, Qin Long no longer cared about losing some more and revealed the entire situation to his father. Player Yuan threatened to continue killing me until I lose my ability to cultivate or we stop messing with the Chu family. At this rate, I will never be able to play cultivation online properly again. Please do something about this, father. Let's just forget about the Chu family. They're not worth our attention anymore. Qin Long appeared to be on the verge of tears as he revealed this information. Qin Mulan wore a deep frown on his face after hearing this and said, our Qin family and the Chu family have been at war with each other for many generations. How will we face our ancestors if we give up? Would essentially be acknowledging our defeat. We will not stop until the Chu family is completely bankrupted. As for your situation, just take a break from cultivation online to focus on your real cultivation. I doubt player Yuan will spawn camp you forever. He will eventually have to give up and return to doing whatever he's doing. Also, he has an upcoming faction war with the Fiery Garden of Hell. He won't be able to play cultivation online during that time, so you can use that time to leave the Nightwing City. Qin Long looked at his father with wide eyes. Why, you're a genius, father. I completely forgot about his upcoming faction war. Alright, I'll do that and take a break from cultivation online. Qin Mulan nodded and said, I will try to do something about those mocking you online. While I won't be able to censor everything, I'll definitely reduce the amount of people talking about you. Thank you, father. I apologize for this failure. I will definitely make it up to you one day. With that, Qin Long stopped logging onto cultivation online and focused on his cultivation on Earth. Qin Mulan quickly started paying people to censor anything negative about Qin Long, slowing down the attention he was receiving. Meanwhile, Yuan knocked on the door to Shimei's training room once he noticed she'd finished her cultivation and appeared to be taking a break. Shimei walked to the door, and she muttered to herself, I'm pretty sure I still have plenty of time left in his place. Huh? Yuan? You're back? She was pleasantly surprised to see him standing in front of her training room. Yes, and I plan on visiting the Pavilion of Knowledge, operated by the Xian family. Since your father had a connection with them, I was wondering if you want to come with me. Of course. And I hope you didn't wait too long for me. It wasn't too bad. They left the cultivator's haven together shortly after. Do you know where the Pavilion of Knowledge is? Shimei asked him. No, I don't, but someone might. He asked Dong Yi about the Pavilion of Knowledge. The Pavilion of Knowledge is located on a secluded island in the middle of the Purple Sea, north of Qin City. Purple Sea, huh? Alright. Yuan used the teleportation formation to travel to Qin City and, from there, traveled north for several days until he encountered a purple-colored sea. I wasn't expecting a literal purple-colored sea. Shimei muttered with a surprised look on her face. This was her first time seeing something so unusual before. With their divine sense, they could see thousands of fishermen at the docks. Hey, what are they doing? Shimei, who had never seen fishermen before, asked. They're fishermen, and they are fishing, trying to catch the fish in the water, Yuan explained. Fishing. What an odd thing to do. Want to take a closer look? Yuan then asked. Yes. She immediately nodded, her face filled with anticipation. They entered the docks and watched the fishermen. Sometime later, Shimei approached one of the fishermen and asked, What are you trying to catch? Are you new to the Purple Sea? The fisherman asked. Yes. This is my first time visiting this place, she nodded. Well, there's only one thing we can catch from the Purple Sea, violet tuna. However, they're exceedingly rare. Even though there are thousands of us fishing every day around the clock, only around 10 of us will catch a single violet tuna for the entire day. Why are they so rare? And why are they so desirable? Well, for one, they're incredibly delicious. But that's not the main reason they're so coveted. Violet tuna are infused with potent spiritual energy, and consuming one can significantly boost a cultivator's strength. They're not just a delicacy, they're a treasure for anyone seeking to enhance their cultivation, said the fisherman. What's the history behind the purple-colored sea? Yuan suddenly asked. Legend has it that a mighty dragon was slain near these waters, and its purple blood seeped into the sea, forever staining it with its vibrant hue, said the fisherman. A dragon with purple blood? That would be the ancient galaxy dragon. They're incredibly rare and powerful, even among the dragon race. I heard less than 10 of them have existed since ancient times. She merely muttered after hearing this information. Do you know anything about the Pavilion of Knowledge? Yuan then asked. Ah, those weirdos that live in the middle of the Purple Sea? I know they live in the middle of the Purple Sea and rarely leave their place. There's also a rumor that says they will reward you if you can provide them with useful information they don't already know. I see. Thank you for the information. Yuan suddenly pointed 2 fingers at the Purple Sea. Then, with a gesture, he fished out a sizable purple-colored fish from the water with his spiritual energy. This shocked every fisherman there and left them speechless. Once the fish hovered before Yuan, he said, for taking the time to speak with us. The fisherman accepted the violet tuna with a dazed look on his face, unsure how to react. But before he could say anything, Yuan and Shimeli flew away, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 1554 Pavilion of Knowledge. Chapter 1554 Pavilion of Knowledge 1554 Pavilion of Knowledge. How did that young man do that? Divine sense shouldn't work in the Purple Sea. The fishermen were shocked by what Yuan had done. The Purple Sea had a special property that blocked all divine sense from peeking underneath the water's surface, hence why nobody there could repeat what Yuan did despite being cultivators themselves. Meanwhile, Yuan and Shimeli continued flying north for several days until they could see a tall silhouette on the horizon. We're almost there. Shimeli's voice was brimming with excitement, as this would mark her first encounter with another dragon clan outside the ancient dragon city. After a few more hours of flying, they finally arrived at the Pavilion of Knowledge, situated in the center of a large island. The Pavilion of Knowledge was an imposing, tower-like structure with a spiraling design that ascended towards the heavens, its peak lost amidst the clouds. The island looked like any tropical island, but magical beasts wandered freely. Most of them were around Spirit Emperor level, with a few at Spirit Sovereign level. However, before they could even reach the island, Yuan and Shimeli stopped when they noticed a figure approaching them from the island. This individual was a middle-aged man with blue hair and azure-colored eyes who boasted the cultivation of spirit enlightenment. Welcome to the Pavilion of Knowledge. I am Xian Wei, one of the 7 scroll elders here. How can we assist you today? When Xian Wei spoke, his gaze was mainly on Shimeli, almost as if he was aware of her dragon bloodline. I'm here to learn more about the immortal monarch, Yuan said. Xian Wei turned to look at him with a frown and replied, You want information on the immortal monarch? Not only are you not worthy, but you won't even be able to afford it. Shimeli frowned and said, Who are you to decide whether he's worthy or not? Any information on the immortal monarch is sacred and priceless, and our Pavilion of Knowledge does not accept money or treasures for payment. The only payment we accept is information of equal value, and there's no way in hell and nobody from the 4th heaven would have information as valuable as information on the immortal monarch. Xian Wei sneered. You're making a lot of assumptions, for a nobody. Shimeli sneered back. Xian Wei frowned and said, I showed you respect by personally coming out to greet you because I could tell you're of dragon bloodline, and this is how you treat me? You can leave now. The Pavilion of Knowledge will not serve you. If you want to show respect, you should have sent the head of this place to greet me. What is a mere servant's greeting worth? Shimeli shook her head, seemingly genuinely disappointed. Xian Wei's face darkened after being mocked as a servant by Shimeli. If you think I won't harm you because we have dragon blood flowing through our veins, you're sorely mistaken, Junior. Xian Wei roared. Oh, yeah. I'd love to see you try. Shimeli retrieved Furious Dragon and went into a combative position. Seeing this, Xian Wei merely released his cultivation base. How brazen of you, Junior. This senior shall teach you a lesson your parents never taught you today. Yuan shook his head at their situation before looking at the Pavilion of Knowledge and speaking, to the senior watching this, Are you sure you want to let them continue? Her surname is Shi, and her father's name is Shi Xingma. After hearing this information, the individual who had been watching them from the peak of the Pavilion of Knowledge experienced a great shock, causing him to fall back on his chair. "Stop it, Xian Wei." A loud voice boomed the next moment, instantly halting Xian Wei's movements. He turned to look at the Pavilion of Knowledge with a puzzled expression on his face, and a silhouette approached them from the tower before he could even utter a word. This silhouette belonged to an elderly man with long white hair, a short blue beard, and azure-colored eyes shimmering with profound knowledge. He donned a black outfit adorned with a blue scroll-shaped symbol. "Grandfather, what are you doing out here? And why did you stop me from punishing these rude juniors?" However, the old man completely ignored him and respectfully bowed to Shi Meili. "I apologize for my grandson's lack of manners, young lady. May I have your name?" "Shi Meili." "Who are you, old man? Why you? How dare you address the master of the Pavilion of Knowledge as old man? Just shut up for a moment." The old man snapped at him before returning to smile at Shi Meili. As he said, "I am the master of the Pavilion of Knowledge and the previous patriarch of the Xian family who operates the Pavilion of Knowledge within the fourth heaven. My name is Xian Kuan." "Is it true that your father's name is Shi Xingma?" he then asked. "That's right. You know my father?" Xian Kuan nodded and said, "I didn't just know him. Our Xian family used to serve the Shi family and his father, long before they entered the ancient Dragon City." "What? But they haven't left the ancient Dragon City for millions of years. Why would they come out now?" Xian Wei cried out loud after hearing this. "Since you're out here, does that mean your father is also?" Xian Kuan asked, his eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. "Nope. I left the ancient Dragon City by myself to travel with Yuan." Shi Meili shook her head. "Oh, is that so?" Xian Kuan immediately became dejected. "I was hoping to speak with him again after so long. Anyway, let's go somewhere more comfortable and continue our conversation there, shall we?" Shi Meili nodded. Yuan and Shi Meili proceeded to follow Xian Kuan to the Pavilion of Knowledge. "Grandfather, are you sure we can trust them? What if they're impersonating the Shi family?" Xian Wei asked him through divine sense. "Shut up, you idiot. You've never seen someone from the Shi family, so you wouldn't know, but I can tell that the young lady is definitely from the Shi family. I am confident enough to put my life on the line. I also expect you to give her a proper apology. Why are you treating her like you still serve the Shi family? We haven't worked for them since they went into hiding within the ancient Dragon City." Xian Wei couldn't comprehend why they had to lower their heads to someone they used to work for. "I bet our current standing isn't lower than the Shi family. You better watch your mouth, Xian Wei. If you think I won't hit you because you're my grandson, you can test me. Our Xian family has served the Shi family for generations since ancient times. Even if we no longer work for them, we will always put them above us." Xian Wei could not understand Xian Kun's point of view and decided to remain silent. Once they arrived at the Pavilion of Knowledge, Xian Kuan led Yuan and Shi Meili to one of the guest rooms for esteemed guests. "Xian Wei, go bring them some tea. You can use my tea leaves." "What? We have servants for that." Xian Wei wore a look of disbelief on his face. How could he, one of the 7 scroll elders, stoop as low as serving tea to guests? His position was only below that of his father and Xian Kuan. "Don't make me repeat myself." Xian Kuan narrowed his eyes with a cold glint in them. Xian Wei could only swallow his frustration and listen to Xian Kun's command. "I guess I wasn't wrong to call you a servant." Shi Meili chuckled, rubbing salt on his wounds. Xian Wei's body trembled in anger, and he stopped walking for a second, but he didn't say anything and quickly left. "Don't tease him too much, young lady. He has a short temper." Xian Kuan smiled. "That's what he gets for looking down on Yuan," she sneered. "Yuan, you must be her friend." Xian Kuan turned to look at Yuan, who appeared unremarkable at a glance, but once he tried to peek deeper, Xian Kuan was surprised that even he couldn't inspect Yuan's body, who was only a spirit king. Thank you for calling out to me earlier. I would no longer be able to face my ancestors in the future if someone from our Xian family had harmed a member of the Shi family. He's more than just a friend to me, Senior Xian. He's essentially a member of our family, with my parents' approval, of course. What? His Majesty accepted a human into the Shi family? That's unthinkable. Xian Kun stared at her with wide eyes. He could still vividly recall Shi Xingmo's hatred for humans, which forced his family to escape into the ancient dragon city. You don't have to believe me. Yuan, show him your robe and ring. She merely winked at him. Yuan nodded and retrieved the golden dragon robe and the dragon spatial ring, showing it to Xian Kun, who stood up from shock. The dragon spatial ring? And even the golden dragon robe? Heavens! I never thought I would see these precious items in a human's possession. He exclaimed. You have no idea how much he helped my Shi family. If it weren't for him, the Azure Dragon family would have ended our family's lineage. She merely sighed. The Azure Dragon family? Those ambitious bastards tried to do something like that? Though, I can't say I'm surprised. They have always been hungry for power and authority, even before they moved to the ancient dragon city. Xian Kun shook his head at this information. Chapter 1555 Pavilion of Knowledge, 2. Chapter 1555 Pavilion of Knowledge, 2, 1555 Pavilion of Knowledge, 2, Young Master, on behalf of the Xian family, thank you for helping the Shi family. Xian Kun respectfully lowered his head at Yuan. Don't even mention it. I only did what was natural. Yuan smiled. Anyway, you're here for information on the immortal monarch, correct? Xian Kun then asked. Yes, that's correct. I see. Unfortunately, as Xian Wei had already said, any information on the immortal monarch is incredibly sacred to us, so even if you are with the Shi family, I cannot give you any information without payment. This is also a rule of the Pavilion of Knowledge I cannot break as its master. No, I completely understand. I never thought it was going to be free, anyway. If you provide me with new information on the immortal monarch, I will be willing to share information on the immortal monarch that you may not be aware of. That sounds fair, correct? Yuan said. Xian Kun looked at Yuan with a doubtful gaze. Information on the immortal monarch was incredibly rare and not something that could be found within the fourth heaven in this day and age, after all. However, he only remained doubtful and didn't outright dismiss Yuan as a fraud. By the way, how does the Pavilion of Knowledge verify the information they're given? Shi Mei suddenly asked. We have a treasure called the Heavenly Scroll of Validity. It can tell whether someone is being genuine or not, explained Xian Kun. Sounds like my Grail of Truth. Yuan thought inwardly. While the Heavenly Scroll of Validity and the Grail of Truth had similar functions, they were actually very different. The Grail of Truth only had the capability to tell whether someone was lying or not, so it wouldn't be able to detect anything deeper than that. As for the Heavenly Scroll of Validity, it directly reads one's soul to tell if they are being genuine or not. If you truly wish to purchase information on the immortal monarch, we will need to verify your information before the Heavenly Scroll of Validity. Xian Kun continued. I'll do it. Yuan nodded. Let's do it after we drink some tea. I'd like to chat more with the young lady here, as well. I don't mind. Xian Wei returned sometime later with 3 cups of tea. He placed the tea on the table, immediately turned around, and walked back out to the door without uttering a single word, clearly still upset that he was treated like a servant. Wait. Xian Kun suddenly stopped him. The young lady here hasn't received an apology from you yet. Why do I have to apologize to her? I did nothing wrong. Xian Wei roared. Do I really have to repeat myself? Xian Kun frowned, his domineering aura growing more noticeable. Xian Wei's entire body trembled in anger, but he didn't dare to talk back. He turned to Shimeli and reluctantly lowered his head before stiffly speaking, "I'm sorry." Apology accepted. Shimeli could have remained silent, but she thought it would annoy him more if she responded, and she was right. Xian Wei stormed out of the room the next moment, his face flushed red. "Now then. Young lady, can you tell me about your life in the ancient dragon city? And how is the Shi family faring nowadays?" Xian Kun asked. Shimeli casually nodded and began recalling her life in the ancient dragon city. Although Xian Kun's request seemed innocent and out of curiosity at a glance, he was actually trying to acquire information on the ancient dragon city. Due to ancient dragon city's seclusive and secretive nature, any information on them would be precious to the Pavilion of Knowledge, especially information on the Shi family, a dragon clan with royal blood that hasn't been seen in the outside world for millions of years. Yuan silently enjoyed the tea as he listened to their chat. In the blink of an eye, several hours have passed since Yuan arrived at the Pavilion of Knowledge. "I see. I'm glad that His Majesty is doing well these days. It's unfortunate that he can no longer progress his cultivation due to the lack of spiritual energy there, but he knew this before going inside the ancient dragon city. Now let me tell you about the history of the Xian family with the Shi family." Xian Kun said. "Our Xian family has served the Shi family for generations, even before the divine heavens split into 9 heavens. It all started when your ancestors saved our ancestors' life. After our ancestors swore loyalty to the Shi family, we started working as their servants until we were promoted to being their record keeper, where we record significant moments or their achievements. Everything was great, until the humans started hunting down dragons like madmen. The Shi family didn't want to deal with humans and decided to move into the ancient dragon city, a world of its own, created by none other than the dragon ancestor. However, the Shi family didn't force their retainers to follow them and gave us a choice, to follow them or remain in the 9 heavens. Our Xian family wanted to follow the Shi family, but alas, we found a new objective in life when a certain someone showed up, the immortal monarch. This individual was so awe-inspiring and special that we wanted to remain outside to witness and record his greatness, which was the start of the Pavilion of Knowledge. This is why we regard information on the immortal monarch sacred. It's the foundation of the Pavilion of Knowledge. Anyway, we can start verifying your information now." Yuan nodded and stood up. "Let's go." Xian Kun proceeded to bring them to a large and spacious room on the upper floor. This room only had 4 things inside: a table, 2 chairs, and a golden scroll that was floating above the table. This scroll emitted a profound, almost otherworldly aura that permeated the room. "Please, have a seat." Xian Kun gestured toward one of the chairs before sitting down on the other one. Once Yuan sat across from him, Xian Kun activated the Heavenly Scroll of Validity. From this point forth, the Heavenly Scroll of Validity will enter your soul to determine whether your information is genuine or not. Let's start with something simple. What is your name? Yuan. The very next moment, the Heavenly Scroll of Validity emitted a golden glow that made the room appear divine. Good. Now, lie to me. Do you know Shimeli? No. The Heavenly Scroll of Validity did not glow and released an imposing pressure that filled the room, as though a judge had just sentenced someone to death. Last test. I won't ask you anything. Just tell me something. It doesn't have to be real, either. Hearing such words, Yuan showed a mysterious smile on his face as he spoke. The immortal monarch is still alive. Xian Kun's eyes widened with surprise after hearing Yuan's information. As someone with millenniums of experience verifying information, he could usually tell when someone was farting or not, even without the Heavenly Scroll of Validity's help. Yet, he somehow found Yuan's information to be real even though it shouldn't be possible. Xian Kun immediately turned to look at the Heavenly Scroll of Validity for its response. He wanted it to permeate the room with its golden glow so badly, but he knew that it wasn't going to happen, as that would have severe and significant implications. A moment later, the room brightened as the Heavenly Scroll of Validity glowed gold. What? Xian Kun stood from his chair and slammed the table, looking like he'd just witnessed his ancestors crawling out of their graves. After standing there for a long minute with a bewildered look on his face, Xian Kun looked at Yuan and asked in a trembling voice, Where did you get this information? However, Yuan merely shrugged and said, Who knows, but the information I just gave you should be pretty valuable, right? I wonder if it's valuable enough for you to give me what I want. Xian Kun's jaw dropped after hearing his words. He was rendered completely speechless, and his mind was already in a mess from the earlier information. Eventually, he took a deep breath and sighed, Very well. I shall give you all the information we have on the Immortal Monarch. But honestly, the information you gave us is already more valuable than everything we've gathered since our foundation. That's fine. Follow me. Xian Kun tried to walk to the door, but he stumbled and fell on the floor like an old man who suddenly had his cane taken away. Sorry, but can you give me a moment? He asked with an embarrassed look on his face. Take your time. Yuan nodded with a smile. Xian Kun remained seated on the floor for several minutes, contemplating the information that the Immortal Monarch was still alive out there somewhere. The Immortal Monarch is alive. The Immortal Monarch is alive? Why hasn't he made an appearance for so long? What about the 9 Divine Supremes? Just who is this young human? Xian Kun knew Yuan was an extraordinary existence when he managed to visit the ancient dragon city and receive the Shi family's approval, but this was truly far beyond his expectations. This young man, could he be related to the Immortal Monarch? Perhaps his descendant? No, he wouldn't need to look for information on the Immortal Monarch if he were the Immortal Monarch's descendant. Sometime later, once Xian Kun could finally walk properly, he led Yuan to the room on the highest floor of the Pavilion of Knowledge. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.